and people seem to be enjoying themselves. I actually saw smiles in your eyes. I can't see your face, but smiles in your eyes. So we must be doing something right. I'm very proud of you.
Okay, so as usual, I'm going to talk about what happened yesterday on the track. I have to start this off on the good side. I have to say, I don't think we have had at this event as good a day of racing as we did yesterday. All of you guys deserve a round of applause for the amazing things you did out on the track. Thank you. You guys were all making smart decisions. I've only got a couple of minor critiques and clarifications from what I saw. The first one is, if you're broken down on pit road, it's just like being out on the track. Please pull over to the inside, which is on your left, and turn on your hazards and radio to the team that you're stopped. We don't want to have any confusion for the other cars that might be coming down pit road. If you're the other car that wants to drive down pit road and you see somebody that's stopped off to the side, you can pass them the same way you would pass on the track. Just sound your horn, use your signals, go around, and then cut back in. Okay? You can pass on pit road a stopped car, or if the car is only going a mile an hour, I'm okay with that too. Because we don't want to create a traffic jam on there, especially not at the end of the day. And if you're that slow car, because you're pushing the last little bit of charge you have in the batteries, please pull way to the left to make it easy for other cars to get around you. That way everybody can try and finish their race and get that last lap counted. Out on the track, you guys did great with just about everything. I had a couple of drivers, and I spoke with a couple of teams about this, where I'm seeing a little bit of an issue with people forgetting quite how long their solar car is. I want to remind everybody, if you're driving the car, it's your responsibility to know how long your car is, and please, 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 just leave a little bit of extra room when you cut back in. Just a little bit of extra room. I don't want it to be so close that the team behind you has to kind of dig into their brakes because they're worried about getting clipped by the back end of your array. Remember, these are a lot longer and a different configuration than our normal cars, so please go on the safe side, make sure you're well past before you cut back in, okay? And once again, everybody, thank you so much for all the clean racing that went on out there.
Good morning. Today's electric solar division task that demonstrates the practicality of the division is to take one of our camera folks from the track down to the media center. They will be in the passenger vehicle, and so we'll be taking a camera of a ride coming down the media center, so please take care of that sometime during the day. And now the results of the day in day 2. For the Classic Division, in 3rd place with 60 laps for the day, 117 overall, North Tampa. In 2nd place, 67 laps for the day, 134 total, Holy Solars. And the winner of day 2 in the Classic Division with 68 laps for the day, 115 total, Capel. Congratulations. In the Advanced Classic Division, in 3rd place with 60 laps for the day, 115 total, Shine Runners. In 2nd place, 109 laps for the day, 187 total, Covenant Classic. And the winner of day 2 in the Advanced Classic Division with 110 laps for the day, 180 total, Wiley East. Congratulations. In the advanced division, in third place, with 134 laps for the day, 264 total, Covenant advanced. In second place, 147 laps for the day, 298 total, Raceback Aviation. And the winner of day 2 in the advanced division with 155 laps for the day, 309 total, Iron Lions. Congratulations. In the electric solar division, in third place, with 58 laps per day, 113 total, Heroes Alliance. In second place, 66 laps per day, 115 total, Western. And the winner of day 2 in the electric solar power division with 92 laps for the day, 144 total, Iron Lions. Congratulations. And then I apologize, yesterday I didn't announce this, and I am really proud of our Prosper team that built a cruiser division car. They got 4 additional points for a total of 66. So great job, guys. Your start order for day 3. Iron Lions, 9 o'clock. Iron Lions Advanced, 9 o'clock. Raceback Aviation, 9:01. Covenant Advanced, 9:02. Wiley East, 9:03. Covenant Classic, 9:04. Iron Lions Electric, 9:05. Staten Island, 9:06. KCAL, 9:07. Holy Solars, 9:08. Western, 9:09. North Tampa, 9:10. Shine Runners, 9:11. Kentucky, 9:12. Heroes Alliance, 9:13. WASP, 9:14. Lisa Academy, 9:15. Prosper Classic, 9:16. All Saints, 9:17. Capel, 9:18. Prosper Cruiser, 9:19. And Plano, 9:20. Let's have a great race out there today. See you at the start line.
Yesterday I thought our mic was on when we were out there. and the track family. It wasn't.
North Texas. Thank you all for tuning in. We're happy. Okay, well, and we're happy for the a chance to be here at the solar competition. And Dr. Marks is getting set up, and we're ready for the competition to begin. As the students get their cars ready, they'll be lining here. Okay. We will be trying. Okay. Well, that's okay. I actually got camera mic on you right now. So I'll just Well, guys,
All right, and here we are at the Solar Car Challenge 2021, Day 3.
We've made it. We've made it to Day 3.
We made it to Day 3.
Already halfway done.
All right, so right now we are waiting for the cars to go out the door. What time do they leave?
The first car will go out at 9. It's about 51, so we've got a little bit of time to go before we start seeing the cars back out on the track.
All right, so 9 o'clock is when the cars will go out. Right now we have the cars lining up in their starting positions. We can see some of our footage. Oh, and Doc is practicing his, he's giving wave flagging lessons.
Oh yes,
there
the
we
most
go.
important.
There we go. The green flag, how to wave it. There we go. All right. More left.
Oh yeah, I love it.
That's right, our flagger is doing well. Anything to add? What should we be looking for today, Mackenzie?
Well, it's Day 3, right? We talked about how Day 2 went a lot smoother than Day 1. And how, the teams are getting the hang of it. They're getting the hang of their car. The weather's looking good again today, just like it was yesterday. So if the trends continue, we should be seeing hopefully less breakdowns again today. Teams should be they got the swing of it now, right? We're halfway done. We see the end in sight. But with that end in sight being said, some of these teams are starting to feel the pressure of these competitions going back and forth. Some of these teams are fighting pretty hard for these first, second, third places. And we've had a couple teams come really, really, really close. Mm-hmm. So we will also potentially start to see some of that pick up a little bit in anticipation for the end of the race.
All right, well, let's go over some scores. So let's go back trackside here and see what's going on. All right, we're still in holding position. So while we're doing that, let's look at some scores. And I put the scores up in the graphic here. It's a little bit over me, but that's okay. Let's go over the top scores.
Sure. So we have our official scores that have been audited and checked. Just to remind people back at home, the laps may change from the unofficial results to the official results, and this has to do with a couple things. Sometimes it's the program counting laps, but sometimes it's penalties that the teams may incur during the race day that don't get assessed until later that evening. If a penalty occurs, that is oftentimes deduction of laps from a team's score. So if you see a team score go down, that may be the situation. Okay. And in races like this, sometimes penalties can really make a big difference in these places.
Now, they can still protest their penalty if they believe it was an error, correct?
This is true. I believe that they have until midday to protest any penalties they'd like to see.
Okay.
And we, as a race, would go back, look at our records, and work with that team in order to make sure that we're all resolved on the same page there.
Okay.
So it is possible. It doesn't happen too often. But we do see it from time to time. So we've got our total laps from yesterday, and we've got our total laps overall. Which do you think we should spend time on?
Let's do a little bit of both. Let's just do a quick recap here.
Sure.
So
I can hit
who's
top
in the
teams.
top two?
Yeah, so for yesterday, in terms of just the top laps for yesterday, from the Classic Division, the number 1 team was Capel from Keller. They were able to accumulate 68 laps, with just the second runner-up being 67. So that's a close race right now. With the Advanced Classic, The first one was Wiley East. They ended up with 110 laps, which is very impressive for a classic car. The second place person was 109 laps, so another one of those one step off from one another. So these teams are fighting for back and forth. For the advanced division, Iron Lions was able to come out with 155 laps in one day. And in the electric division, Iron Lions electric car. So the Iron Lions is stepping up after some troubles on the first day with their electric car, and they were able to get 92 laps yesterday.
Okay.
And our beautiful cruiser car was able to come in with another 4 laps to round out their scores.
Okay.
So overall, in terms of the full day, because we pick the winners based on cumulative over all of the race days. So for those teams, for the classic division, we actually have the Holy Solars, a brand new team, doing very well. They've got 134 laps total, which is really awesome. For the advanced classic, we've got Covenant Christian, with 187 laps.
Oh, wow.
And then the advanced division right now, we've got Iron Lions with 309 laps total. Very impressive. In the electric division, their Iron Lions electric was also able to get up there with 144 laps.
Okay.
And our beautiful cruiser has a total of 66 laps, again with that multiplication of the drivers and the passengers combined.
Wow. Okay. So in the advanced division, it looks like 309 is the top with Iron Lions, but Raisbeck Aviation is just a few laps behind at 298.
This
So
is true.
that is not a huge difference when
It's
you consider
definitely
that
not,
amount of laps.
especially when you look at the nature of the competition. Anything could go wrong for any of these teams. You could fail to tie down a zip tie and something could go poorly.
Right.
And in a lot of these situations, like I said, those penalties can really make or break a race situation, and so can just any little mistake that may require to pull your car off.
Right.
Because these teams are all very, very well practiced. Their cars are wonderful. They're moving great. So really, it could really be up to anything at this point. It's really hard to tell.
All right, so trackside, it looks like they are all getting ready here for the race to begin. Who is so the first car out of the lineup is going to be?
First car will be the Iron Lions advanced team, as they have the most total laps out of everybody.
Okay.
So we will see the Iron Lions advanced, followed by Raisbeck Aviation, as we were just talking.
Okay, excellent. So it looks like our web results aren't quite exactly the same as the final results that we announced.
Right,
but those
and
will be
as I
updated.
mentioned, they will be updated. And some of those things, again, come from those penalties or anything that may occur, potentially issues in our counting system that we're able to resolve after we audit every night to verify that all the teams are awarded the correct amount. We definitely don't want to miss any laps that a team does deserve. And those are things we all check in the audit after hours from the race.
Right, right. Well, nice. So we are going to go back to our live coverage here, and it looks like we have 3 minutes till the green flag goes down to start off the race this morning.
Should be an exciting day. Also, we mentioned going back and interviewing a lot of the teams. We've actually made it through every single team out there. So now, starting today, we're going to be checking back in with some of the teams we've talked to already, which should be exciting to see kind of how they're doing, where their mind's at now that they've raced for a couple days.
Excellent. And so just a reminder, viewers, we start coverage with teams, interviewing individual teams on the half hour starting at 10 a.m. But tune in anytime as we have video crews wandering through the pits, doing technical discussions, reviewing cars, and following other action that happens during the race. All right, here, let's cut back to the race.
Sounds good.
Nice seeing everybody this morning.
Iron Lions, you have 30 seconds. I'm going to stay over here because sometimes our flaggers get so excited that anyway, they're going to get an interview with you for our live stream. And that'll be an opportunity to say a few words about it. 2, 1, 0. Good luck, Iron Lions. No time limit on the live stream. Whatever the director thinks. I love your movement. That 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Razorback Aviation. Have a great day. Good morning. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Covenant Cougars. Would you go talk to him and tell him to slow down at row? Yes.
Slide out of the way, please.
Good morning, Wiley.
I guess we can.
Good to see y'all. 30 seconds.
Yeah, just in case you need to back one off.
Yeah.
That could have been us once or twice yesterday. Oh.
Good
I'm
morning.
holding
How
a
are
drink.
you?
I did not have to go yesterday. Ollie, yeah.
Good to see you, Ted. How's the team doing this morning? Good. 2, 1, 0. Good luck, Wiley.
I want to lose.
You're doing good. Morning, Charlie. How are you? It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's a pretty day. Good morning. It's good to see y'all. I love you have a British style car. All right, 15 seconds. A minute and 15 seconds. Minute and 15 seconds. William, for more dynamics. How warm is it in there? Are you going to be able to stay on the live? Well, I know they want to do an interview with you for the live stream, but just to watch the ongoings of this and see how the complexity of setting up a strategy, following that strategy, and what it's really like to drive in a speedway. Awesome stuff here. All right, we are at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Iron Lions.
All you guys are driving. Stoppers in.
You're off. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good one too. What's your name? How are you today? Wonderful, wonderful. Mood is important. Yes. Can I invite you to not touch a car because it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Capel. It'll be a great day. But don't vary. Vary the speed of people. Get out of here. You need to get back in. We got to protect you from the flag waiver. Ten seconds. Shannon, can you wait a second? Shannon. All right, you're ready to go. Thank you. Would you please ask your driver to be a little bit more the last two have just right out. How are y'all? Fine, it's good to see you. I'm curious, are any of your family watching this in the live stream? Oh, well, that's cool. They've come a long way to support you. You've got 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I hope you have a great day, Weston. The garden sprayer. I like it. That's a good solar. Yeah. Cools it and sets up little lenses on there until it evaporates. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, North Tampa. Hello, Shine Runners. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. Thank you. You can get it from him, not from me. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Good luck, sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get local celebrities to start.
How are you doing over there? How are you doing? It's good to see you. Come on, Kentucky. How are you? It's Maynard, isn't it? Kentucky, you've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Kentucky. Good morning. How are things in Detroit today? How are things in Detroit today? Probably about as hot as it is.
Let's go, Mason! Let's go, Ace!
4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, guys. Good luck, heroes. They received a day trophy yesterday. They received a day trophy yesterday. We've gotten into doing day trophies because over the 4 days, you may end up with somebody, but on individual this is our all-girls team. How are y'all this morning? Hot, getting? Yes. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Luck was. Yes. No, we can't do it. Amazing. This is horrible. "15 seconds. This great team is from Little Rock, Arkansas, Police Academy. Oh, North Little Rock. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Police Academy. Morgan, would you see if you could get Christian back here again? How are you, Prosper? Good. You know, there's something about solar to see a young man's hair blowing in the wind in the cockpit. That's encouraging. You're ready to go. It's time to go. All right. Yeah. How are you doing? Three, two, one. Good luck, all saints. Good morning, Capel.
Hey, you guys, we'll get you up here. It's fine. We'll get you up closer this time. They're already on their own power. I don't think they're gonna back out.
Five, four, three, two, one. Have a good day, Capel. Hey, don't shoot down my solar cars with robotics. Don't shoot down my solar cars. No, I had a good friend, Dr.
Hands off.
Ah.
Where are you starting at? Okay. Right here, we get to have the Texas Motor Speedway in the background. My name's Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi.
Diana.
Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
pleasure.
And would you prefer me to call you Diana? Would you like doctor or?
No, Diana. Well, I don't know what sounds better, Professor Huffaker or Diana. I'm between you and me, Diana, but I don't know about the interview.
I think your professor is Huffaker. Huffaker.
Actually, well, how about you start as Professor Huffaker, and then I can introduce myself as Diana.
Whatever you prefer.
Just, I don't know if there are parents at home watching.
Yeah.
I like to.
Well, and it's nice to, and I'll probably ask first off, just like, can you tell me a little bit about yourself, and obviously you're a professor. And
Yeah. Okay.
we can get into that. That way, make sure you look all nice and good, and we can go from there.
Oh, good enough.
Sound good?
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. I have my people in my ear. We're all set up here. I can turn over to channel 1 and get my microphone on, and you can let me know. I'm sure this is working.
Hey, those are great shorts. Are they cool?
They are cool.
Yeah, they look like
That's
it.
good.
Oh, is it?
Things we
Just
do.
step a
Everybody's got their
little bit
shorts.
this way, ladies. Just step a little bit this way.
Is this good?
It's good. I am ready when you are, so we're waiting on Stuart.
Doing well. How you doing?
My name's Aaron.
Christian. Nice to meet you.
Camera crew real honor.
Yeah.
She's been excited.
Are you doing a lot of? Are you doing
So
a
we're
lot
probably
of?
going to set up some center tomorrow with the Texas
teams
Insurance
once,
people.
and now we're going to go back
Okay.
through and kind of do
Where we'll have them
half the races
talk on
over.
camera a little bit.
Alrighty, and we're live up on Texas Motor Speedway. Good morning to everybody.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
I am here with a professor from UTA for electrical engineering.
Yeah, I'm the chair of the electrical engineering department, and I would love to meet all of the parents and students in person. Unfortunately, this is the best I can do. So good morning to everybody.
So Dr. Huffaker, we have her out here. She was waving the green flag, letting the cars on the track.
Yeah, so much fun. Everybody looks so great. All the cars are amazing. All the students are amazing.
It's great to see. And I think just to kind of start off, I'd love you to give just a little bit of background on being a professor and kind of what you focus on in your, if you do research or anything of that nature. I'm sure people would love to hear.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Diana Huffaker. I'm a professor in electrical engineering. Actually, I did my PhD in Austin, spent most of my career at UCLA, and then I just joined University of Texas at Arlington in the electrical, I'm leading the electrical engineering department now. It's a wonderful place to be. Electrical engineering is by far the most diverse of the engineering portfolio. From there you can do everything associated with the solar car challenges. You can do the programming, you can understand the electronics, you can understand the photovoltaics and build these systems, and then learn how they all go together in their manufacturing as well.
That's awesome. And as a professor, you're talking about the different things you're able to learn through this type of stuff and how important it is for a lot of these students' futures. What would you say, just kind of seeing all this, is the benefit of getting like that hands-on experience in the project? Do you think project learning is great for students?
Yeah, for sure. What I see going on here is just amazing. It's going to add such it's hard to express the amount of experience that the students are getting, like what you said exactly, the soft skills associated with participating in a team and the leadership skills that come about when you learn how to develop your own ideas and express your own ideas.
That's awesome. And I know, as we said, you were sending the cars onto the track, so you kind of got to see a nice view, a bunch of them going on. What are your thoughts, kind of seeing the different cars, seeing the different ways students are creative?
I'm always amazed at what the high school students can do. It's so fantastic. And what I really saw was their dedication, their camaraderie. I saw the students working as a team and being so proud of what they've done with their brains and with their hands.
That's awesome. And I know, obviously with electrical engineering, we saw a lot of electrical engineering going on. We saw a lot of mechanical engineering going on, and how these students are able to kind of use these skills and hopefully apply them in their future. And in what ways do you feel like being a part of these types of programs when you're younger and encouraging high school students is important as they look towards their future, maybe college and what they want to go into? And is it good to be encouraging students kind of young and getting them hands-on?
Yeah, of course, of course. The younger you can get kids excited in science and giving them, I think the most important thing that happens at this age is just the interest and the confidence that they can understand and work with their hands. I think that's such an important aspect of this whole program.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, and especially when you're talking about that there's beyond that, there's soft skills and things involved that sometimes you don't always get to pull out of the classroom as easily, and it's great to kind of apply it to something real.
Yeah, in fact, I've only been at UT Arlington for a year, but we've started, we've now got a hands-on design course integrated into every single year of the curriculum, knowing that it's that important to have students participating with their hands, connecting their minds. We've also started a new Autonobots club. So students can go from racing in the solar car challenge to flying drones as one of our hands-on activities in electrical engineering. And that's been super popular with the students.
That's really, really cool. And I kind of want to know, as a electrical engineering professor, which is really awesome, very difficult by the way, electrical engineering is intimidating to me. So congratulations for the bright mind.
And thank you for saying that. One of the things that the activities like this do for men and women is break down that barrier. When the intimidation factor is broken down when you, again, use your hands and minds.
I completely agree. In my junior year, whenever I used to race, I wired the power electronics in the car. First electronic experience I ever got. And I completely agree with you. It brings this whole big kind of intimidating atmosphere that you see is kind of far away, and it brings it into something physical. I feel like a lot of times students can be intimidated with engineering, thinking it's this huge, big, difficult thing to grasp, right?
Right, and it can also be tough for students to understand how they match a curriculum with their career. At UT Arlington, again in the past year, we've developed what's called a threaded curriculum, and I want to point this out to students as well as their parents. So if you have an idea of what you want to study, you want to be a power engineer, you want to work in photonics, you want to work in robotics, or control systems, or embedded systems, then we can kind of give you the suggested curriculum that will take you through to that end goal. So it's a very career-ready, focused curriculum that we've got just rolling out now.
Awesome, setting students up for success in the future.
Indeed, and breaking down the confusion and intimidation of an engineering curriculum.
Awesome, it's great to hear. I know, and from your perspective, is there any words of advice you might give to students that are looking at pursuing engineering, especially a lot of these students out here who are exploring it now?
They're doing the right thing. They're getting their hands on. They're working with their teams. They're using their hands connected to minds. I keep saying that because that's so important. I do want to plug a new women's initiative that we just started in electrical engineering at UT Arlington. So I know that I've seen a lot of women being very active in all of these teams. I would love for all of you to come tour our labs and come on campus. The girls will tell you about our women's initiative, and everybody else will just show you the excitement of electrical engineering.
That's awesome, and I know there's a lot of excitement out here, and I really appreciate you coming out and supporting.
I'm so glad that I have this opportunity. I get so excited to see these kids.
So awesome, and Professor, we have a lot of fun teams for you to be able to talk to for the rest of the day. We're really excited, and I know on our live stream we're going to be talking to a lot of the other teams too, so we'll all be excited with you in that same way. But we really appreciate it. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I just wanted to thank Dr. Marks and yourself, Mackenzie. All of you guys have been so very helpful. And I wanted to thank Shannon Caraway, who is a member of the Electrical Engineering Board of Advisors. He's the one that has connected us with this opportunity. So thank you to Shannon. A big thanks to Shannon Caraway.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We really look forward to it and helping and encouraging those students so much. For the rest of our live stream, we'll be kind of going back to you guys now. We're going to start interviewing the students starting at 10. So for those of you tuning in, you'll get to see more. We really appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and say thank you and goodbye. We'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks to the parents as well. You guys are doing such a great thing for your kids. Thank you.
So awesome. All right, signing off for now. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mackenzie.
Can you hear him? You want to talk about that battery change? You don't have to, but once you're done doing whatever you're doing.
You sure?
Well, it'll be quick. Just so how'd that battery change go for y'all? How do you feel about it?
I thought it went pretty well. It just went a little slow because one of the ratchets that we put in the car to secure it from like the battery from moving around while we're driving got a little stuck. So it took a little longer than it should have to unratchet it. But it's better to be safe than to do it really fast and hurt ourselves or hurt the drivers.
All right. Thank you. That was looked like a slick battery change. So might talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, try it now. I'm trying. I have it in. Okay. So this.
Try now. Try now.
It's on.
Let go.
Let it be. One. Do whatever. And you beat one.
Let off.
But if you keep it down and he keeps twisting it, when he beeps, you know what it is. Keep it down.
Try now. Well, I'm pushing down.
Keep it pressed.
Can we break off one of the terminals and just hardwire it? It's not very easy because they're embedded.
All right, we got a little bit of action here going in on the track. Tell me, what is going on right here? What are we seeing?
I believe we're looking at the Western team, Team 16.
Our horn's not
Looks
working,
like they're having some
so we're
problem
trying
that
to
they're trying to
figure out what's
fix.
wrong with it, 'cause
The camera's getting pretty nice in. I
know
can't
our
tell
horn's
exactly
not
what it is. It may be something with their suspension, maybe something with steering, both of which are very, very important to solar cars. In terms of being able to handle your car effectively, and in terms of being able to drive safely, and are obviously crucial in terms of getting your car back out on the track. What's interesting about this situation is that Western's team is currently somewhat neck and neck with a couple of the other EV teams, so this is a very important fix for them, and I'm sure they're wanting to get this fix done as quickly as possible to be able to get back out on the track. So as we're watching them kind of tinker away, we'll have to see what they're going to be able to pull off. I see some screwdrivers, I see some parts. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they're able to kind of get fixed whatever they need to fix.
All right, so our correspondent there with the team has talked to the team, and the problem is a horn problem.
Ah, horn.
They passed several cars, the horn was not working. That is a safety violation.
It is. And the team takes that very seriously. So we've talked about this briefly before, but the horn is absolutely vital in terms of if you're going to ever pass a vehicle. The horn is used if you're going to pass a vehicle, you have to honk your horn multiple times before you begin that pass to let them know that you're coming, right? To keep everybody safe out on the track. If we notice that horns aren't being used, the race will often require a horn check to be done. If the horn doesn't go off from that horn check, we will require that car to exit the track and fix this problem, as it's really important to avoid any collisions on the track.
Yeah, we can see them digging in there. That must be the horn assembly. And they're trying to figure out what is wrong with it. Obviously, they got their multimeter there, testing to make sure they got electricity going to the horn. Maybe they're checking the switches.
It's interesting, too, because the horn is often a part of their auxiliary battery system, so it's not plugged into any of their power system. And what I have seen some teams in the past struggle with is the horn takes up quite a bit of power, actually, especially if you're passing often.
Great. Now, I think we also saw another car come in there. And we are going to send our camera team to go over to the blue solar car we saw just exit the track.
That would be Wiley East, who we actually talked to yesterday. They've been in a tough competition in the Advanced Classic division. So I'm sure whatever they have going on, they're going to want to get fixed as quickly as possibly as well. A lot of these types of pits, we were talking about earlier, anytime a breakdown happens or something, it can really change the outcome of the race and really take a big effect on teams if they're off for a while. So anytime a car is pulled off, especially when they're neck and neck with other vehicles, this is an extremely important thing for them that they really care about.
Yeah, all right. So we are communicating with our team on the ground right now, and we have Jacob Bell, our technical correspondent here, who is walking over to the blue car. We're going to switch live to them. Please make sure your mic is on, Jacob.
Would you mind telling me what's going on with the car right now?
Okay, so while we were driving, we had an issue while braking. The wheel appeared to start having a small shimmy whenever we were braking, so we had to pull it in, make sure the brake caliper and the wheel was properly aligned to make sure we could actually brake if need be, on the turns especially. So we're just making minor repairs, going to get on the track as fast as humanly possible and see if that fixes the issue. If not, we'll just pull it back in.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, we're just going to watch out for a little bit and see how it goes.
The fork? The fork was shaking? Nothing loose.
You know, it's like this. This. Like this. Okay.
All
I
right,
see
so
that.
Jacob is there. He is working with that team to show us what's going on. Mackenzie, do you want to speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we talked with this team yesterday. If you remember, unfortunately, they were talking about how excited they were about how exceptionally their car was performing beyond what they were expecting. Right? They had talked about how their car was doing fairly well. They were driving much faster and had minimal problems. So, unfortunately, we jinxed them a little bit with our talk yesterday. But from what I heard, checking that, they said that when they were braking, the wheel was shimmying a little bit. For a preventative measure, it's important to pull the car off before anything happens that could really damage the vehicle. So it's probably very smart of this team to go ahead and make the call to pull it off the track and diagnose that problem now before it became anything more serious.
So we would call this breaking news.
Looks like they're getting deep in there, though, in the car to make sure they've got anything. See, that guy's got an X-Acto knife. I have had that problem before. When you put that nice arrow shell on the vehicle, sometimes now you don't have access to all the same things within the car anymore. So if you're going to get in to fix something, on occasion these arrow shells get a little sacrificed in the name of getting the car back out on the track.
They have to cut some of their underbody out to have access to the parts they need to fix.
Does look like he's been able to get a flap up and under there so that he's able to see what I assume is going to be their front suspension area, which is where a lot of these wheel problems tend to happen. Wiley East that we're looking at here was actually able to perform very well yesterday. We mentioned earlier in the live stream that Wiley East claimed the #1 spot for the most number of laps done yesterday on the track. They are still fighting back and forth with Covenant Christian's classic car for that top position. As of this morning, they were only 7 laps behind from first place. That's part of why these types of fixes are so imperative to do quickly. Looks like we have a Coppell team member, a team advisor looking over, potentially to help offer any support if they need anything whatsoever. It's great to see these teams oftentimes coming together to help collaborate to get these cars back out on the track.
All right, so while they're fixing their problems there, we're actually going to go back to trackside footage for just a minute or two, and then I believe we have an interview with the Prosper team. Is that correct?
Yes, we have both Prosper teams kind of together. We've got both their cruiser and their classic car. So I think we're going to do a bit of a double feature on both of their vehicles with that Prosper team all together.
All right, so stay tuned. Our camera team and Mackenzie are going to go over there, talk to the Prosper team, and we'll be there in just a moment. Thank you.
Hey, come on,
Hello guys, we are back again with Prosper. Prosper has become a little bit of a radio favorite. We've talked to them a couple times now because they have two different cars out on the track. Now originally for our programming this morning we had both Prosper cars scheduled kind of back to back. So what we're going to do is a bit of a kind of a dual feature for both of their cars, talking with them. They've got one of their cars, their classic car, out on the track currently. And we've got our cruiser behind us, and from what I hear, things are looking up for the cruiser, hopefully in a short time. And we're going to ask a little bit about that and kind of see how that goes. So first things first, give me a little update. I know we talked yesterday, and we talked, I believe, on the first day of the race about your classic car. So can you give me a little bit of an update on your classic car first, and kind of what has happened since day one? Where is it going? How's it doing? And how do you guys feel about your car?
Race day one was kind of like iffy just because of the rain. We kind of pulled it off early and we kind of missed out a little bit. But yesterday we ran pretty well. We were doing good. We got about almost 60 laps. And we even had like a tire pop and we still got there. So we're doing pretty good. We fixed it up. We fixed our alignment. And we're going strong right now. We're just cruising around like 15 to 20 miles per hour and chugging along.
Having a good, nice, sunshiny day. Funny you mentioned a tire pop. For those of us kind of listening live, some of us may be familiar with having to change a tire on a real car. Can you describe the kind of thing that has to happen in order to fix a tire pop on a solar car, and what maybe it might be a little different for some of us that are used to not solar cars?
Thankfully, ours, we made a custom hub, so it's super quick. We just unbolt 5 screws and we just swap out the wheel. With tires, these tires are super thin, so it's kind of tricky. So we normally just bring up backup wheels just so it's a quick swap, put back on, tighten, and we're good.
That's awesome. I know back on my solar car team, we kind of had a saying that you were only ever prepared if you had about 2 of everything extra. And I've heard another intern friend of mine say that on their team, they wanted enough spare parts to be able to build an entirely new car, and then they were prepared. How do you feel about that?
Our saying is if we used it on the car, we should pack it. And extra.
Oh yeah, things are constantly being used with the car, and I know a lot of times if a team doesn't have something or doesn't have what they might need, a lot of other teams may bring them, and a lot of teams are willing to share stuff. Have you guys experienced kind of that support from other teams back and forth, maybe even physically or just kind of in the things they're able to say?
So earlier during scrutineering, we had to go help another car. They're having troubles with their solar panels, so we're kind of helping soldering those for them. In addition to, we loaned out some parts, and we had some parts generously loaned to us because of our motors messing up.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's great to see the teams really helping each other get out there on a track. I've heard it say a couple times from some people yesterday about how, you know, everybody wants to get everybody out on the track, and then once they're on the track, you can compete and have fun. But ultimately, we all want to support everyone being able to be driving, because we know what it's like to go through it and that kind of shared experience of difficulty. So it's great to hear that. You said your cruiser's now going pretty good, moving along. How is it like kind of balancing between 2 different cars, one maybe having some issues and one kind of out there rotating pretty consistently?
It's kind of tricky just because we have so few people that we have to bounce around people from job to job. It's never, this person is doing the same thing every single day. Whereas in the past we had like 12 to 14 people for one car. We'd say, you're liaison every single day, you're not doing anything else. You're a scouter every single day, you're not doing anything else. But unfortunately with this car, we have to swap around because we can't have the same driver in there all the time. So we're swapping around drivers, we're swapping around people in the pit, our liaisons and scouters. It's super tricky because of that, but we're managing to do it so far so well.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that being tricky, not having, you know, like a lead that focuses on this one thing. But I also imagine it also gives you a bit of a diverse experience, right? You're never going to get bored doing the same thing. So, you know, I can see the trade-off there, and I see kind of where you're going with that. In terms of your classic vehicle, have you had, you know, you're moving forward, you're doing your stuff. You had a little bit of difficulty, you said, kind of day one with some stuff, but today so far, we're obviously moving all right. Do you anticipate there to be any other issues with your classic car as you move along, or maybe just little things here and there?
I'd say maybe little things here and there, but we fixed our alignment for our wheels, which is our biggest problem to this day. And we're chugging along now. We're doing pretty good.
You know, you say that, and I know for a fact, because I remember when I was racing, wheel alignment was always one of the most annoying things ever, and it really makes a huge impact on your vehicle. Do you want to kind of touch a little bit on kind of lining the wheels, what that means, and what that impact has on the vehicle's performance?
one of the the biggest thing is like you got to make sure the angles are all right, because if one's like slightly more tilted in than the other, that one's going to wear down super fast, and it's just going to wear down and pop. Same thing with toe in, toe out, like just angling the wheels in or out, because if you angle it in too much, you're not going to be able to drive like super well. You got to make sure that you got to have the right angles so that it's not too far tilted in, because tilted in is nice, but going at 20 miles an hour, it doesn't make a big difference, and it's just going to add more wear to the car.
Now, and remind me on this one, is your classic car a 3-wheel car?
Yes.
It is? Can you tell me a little bit about the difference? Because your cruiser car is 4 wheels. So what's it like kind of 3-wheel to 4-wheel? Is there any differences? Is one trickier? Is one harder to align? Is one, what's kind of the pros and cons of having 3 versus 4 wheels?
The 3-wheel is just mainly because we have one less tire on the ground, so we have less friction, less movement, so it rolls a little bit nicer. But with the cruiser, we kind of have to have 4 wheels. It's in the rules, so we have to. But with alignment, we just got to make sure that the back wheel is lined up straight, so that either way, we line the back wheel up straight or 2 back wheels up straight. It doesn't make a huge difference. The main alignment problems is the front wheels, making sure that they're lined up straight.
I see. And it's good thing you said that there may be little things here and there, because I know it's a brave solar car racer to admit that they don't think anything will go wrong in the next couple days, because I know how things are constantly changing out on the track, and you never know what's going to happen. And of course, if you knew there was going to be a problem, you would have fixed it. So 9 times out of 10, there's always something small that could happen in any of these vehicles. But it's good to see that you have one car out moving on the track. And I know before we went live, we were talking a little bit about your cruiser, the status of your cruiser and what's going on. Do you mind going into a little bit more detail of kind of, now that you have kind of dissected and figured out and diagnosed what was going on, kind of the process you guys have worked through? So first tell me about the problem, and then we'll move into how you guys are solving it.
So last time we talked, we mentioned that one of our motors stopped working. Well, both of our motors stopped working. So we had to take apart one and put parts into the other one. So now we just have, we at least have one motor working now. So that was working. But then whenever we came across that, we plugged in our motor controllers. Both of them ended up being fried. You can't have a motor without a motor controller. So what we tried to do is we kind of tried dissecting our motor controllers and putting them together and making one motor controller working. Unfortunately, we never managed to get that to work. Thankfully, we ran over to Greenville, and they donated to us a motor controller. Not the exact motor controller, wasn't super compatible with us. So we ended up having to go in there, mess with the program a little bit, and finagle it in order to be compatible with the hub motor.
That's awesome. Big thanks to Greenville for helping out there, and congratulations on your team for a little bit of MacGyvering in order to get things working. We were talking about how soon you think you might be able to get that car out on the track. What do you think the status is at this moment, and how have you as a team are dividing up the work to get this bad boy back out there?
A lot of the work right now is just electrical, so we're leaving our electrical lead to work on it with our mentor to help them out. And it's just a matter of wiring a bunch of stuff, so they're going hard on it right now. And we could probably get it done in, I'd say, rough estimate, 30, maybe 45 minutes.
We were talking the other day about if you had any recommendations for people possibly going into the cruiser division. Now that you've had a little bit of extra time, is there anything you guys are maybe learning about the cruiser division that you weren't anticipating? I know we talked about weight and how weight's a big deal, and the weight can put a lot of strain on your vehicle that you maybe haven't been used to having to prepare for, especially with your classic cars having one person sitting in it. But is there anything just about either driving the vehicle or working as a team with this vehicle that you maybe have learned? Oh, we're seeing it being pushed out behind us, so that's some nice action. I hope that's a big smile on your face. Yes. So let's talk a little bit more about your cruiser and kind of what you guys have learned through this process some more.
One of the biggest things is it's just a really big car. So trailering gets difficulty if you have a small trailer. You got to worry about aerodynamics a little bit more because you can't just have a flat front. That causes you huge impact. And again, with it being so heavy, there's a lot of strain on that motor and motor controller. So 2 motors or at least a really strong single motor to get it working.
Yeah, no, that's some really great tips and tricks, especially the trailering concept, because I know that's something you practice in scrutineering. And if you don't practice it and don't know how that works, that might not go very well for you in the long run, or especially if there's a breakdown. We're watching the cars, they're pulling out, hopefully getting some sunshine on those panels since we've been in the garage before we get out on the track.
Yep.
There was one thing I did want to ask you, actually. So I know that y'all, from what I've heard, every time you've been out on the track, you've had the full 4 people in the vehicle.
Yes.
And we've talked a couple times in this live stream about how with the cruiser car, who we now see driving off hopefully into the sunset a little bit, when you have passengers in your vehicle, they all have to equal 160 pounds, the passenger themselves. If they don't, you have to bring a ballast with you, which means that the weight's pretty extensive added on. So the way the race compensates that is you get to multiply the number of passengers in the vehicle by the laps you've completed with those passengers. So if you get 1 lap, you actually get 4 if there's 4 people. So you don't have to get 4 people in your car. You could choose 1, you could choose 2. So far, what has been your strategy? Maybe why have you decided to put 4 people in the car?
We've just been going with 4 people. We wanted to push it out. We want to see how far we can push it with 4 people in it. But with the new motor controller, we're going to try kind of stepping back a little bit because we've been having problems with the motor and motor controller. So we're going to go back to having 1 person in it and kind of slowly step up as we feel comfortable with the motor and motor controller.
Yeah, and I know you're the only team in your division right now, so you've got that first place trophy kind of in the bag, which is great. Has this been a valuable experience, do you think, to be able to test run and kind of figure out strategy for hopefully in future years returning possibly to this division, being a little bit more experienced?
It has been a great help coming here and testing it out like this because honestly, we put this together so fast that we did not have time to test it all at our school. Our first lap here was probably within the first 5 miles of us driving it. We had no practice at all, and it's just testing it here. So we're kind of acting as our testing ground because we have no one to go up against.
Awesome. That's awesome. From what I hear with your car moving out and kind of out there, I'll go ahead and let you get back to your car and we'll wrap it out now. And we've got, from what I hear, some battery swaps going on the other side. So I say thank you very much. We'll hear from you as you kind of go along, and we'll be watching your car out there on the track on our live stream, hopefully being able to see it. Best of luck getting it back out there. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank
All right. Will you say good luck and wave? Everybody on the live stream, wish Prosper good luck. We look forward to seeing them back out on the track. Thank you.
Okay, so we are here with Capel Solar. They're about to do another battery change. They had a little bit of a snag last time with one of the ratchet straps. We're hoping this time we don't have that happen. So if we could back the camera up here, Sal, we could get the battery change and then maybe a little bit of commentary afterwards. But they're coming in. They're coming in now. Okay, so right now it appears that they're trying to get the ratchet problem solved and get the battery plugged in. Oh, it would seem they're switching the battery around.
Hey, we gotta do a pretty fast turnaround here, guys. Matthew, can you grab my water?
You can see the ratchet strap there, right on the front of the battery, that we had some problems with last time. Seems that it's in place now, though. Got some cable management to take care of.
All right, so we had a little bit of technical difficulty there. We were watching the
Coppell team was doing their battery exchange, as they do every 30 to 45 minutes to make sure that they have enough batteries to run the race.
Right now, they were just finishing up their battery swap when we lost signal from our remote team. So let's just wait for them to come here out. They should be leaving anytime.
And here we have the Capel team who just finished their battery change. They just completed it and now they're getting right back on the track. A nice quick battery change.
Back. Okay, I think we have.
There we go.
All right, so now we're going to go back and resume our interview with the Prosper team. Let's go to Mackenzie.
All right, guys, we're back with Prosper for our double feature here. We've got a couple other teammates as we're kind of watching their cruiser car actually moving along. I just made a comment. She was moving pretty quick back and forth out here as we're, I'm assuming, kind of testing the car, making sure she can handle the changes you've made before we put her out on the track for real, for real. So first things first, we were just talking kind of about anything you had to share, kind of about your car and about your experience. And you started down a story, and I'd love for you to share with everybody else kind of that path and where you guys are now.
So going into this project, none of us really knew what we were doing.
Are we going to finish this
We never really started welding or designing a car for that matter. And as we progressed, each person kind of took on their own role in the car and doing what they needed to do. My role was the welder and the manufacturer. So basically, I built the car.
10:30 Prosper.
But going into it, I didn't really know how to weld or cut pieces for the metal, or any of that. But as we progressed, I kind of figured it out and taught myself how to weld and became the only welder.
That's pretty crazy. And being a welder is really important. And I think I really want to stress this to people who are watching. Welding as a high school student, that's really impressive. Not a lot of people can say they know how to weld to begin with, let alone that they learned by the age of being in high school. So that's really impressive. And many of these cars have similar stories, as most of these cars were built from scratch by these students. So it's really awesome to see you guys kind of developing those really kind of cool, specific technical skills that regardless of who you use in your future, you know that you're able to accomplish, which I think brings a lot of confidence. Do you kind of enjoy the fact that you're able to weld? Is that kind of a cool thing for you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a very cool thing for me because it's just a fun skill to learn, you know? It's something that if you need to weld something, you have the skill to do it.
And I know both of you were talking, are both kind of mechanically inclined on this vehicle. I'd actually love if we could dive a little into the design process and how this works. Every team does it a little differently, but from an engineering standpoint, yeah, normally it all starts with some drawings, some early conceptions, some just brainstorming. So can you walk me through kind of what it was like trying to brainstorm what this kind of cruiser car might look like? I'll start with you and kind of pop over if you guys want to add both.
We actually started pretty late. I'd say we took quite a bit of time in the design phase just because at that time there was only one person really working on it, which is our captain. But after that, so I chipped in a little, and then after we got like somewhat of a basis, we actually did not exactly go as our plan. Because of time constraints, we had to mold around it and cut some off where we thought would be a better design, and that's why we have really bad aerodynamics. So yeah, like that. We honestly just started with a design. We talked about some plans. We talked about how we would design, like where we the seats, and the batteries and all that. And then we next straight went into the suspension and the springs, all that, the double wishbones that we used. Then I would say we first laid it out. We used tape, and we basically sculpted the whole car on the floor, basically the parameters and everything. And yeah, we worked from there into getting pieces cut. So we slowly started getting pieces. And then we started doing the frame. And then after that, we built it on and on, slowly onto that. But yeah, it was crazy how short. We had like 5 months, maybe max, 4 or 5 months to just get it built. Yeah.
Sounds crazy. And it sounds like your prototyping phase was a lot of that layout and that kind of getting everything together and just kind of seeing what you had to work with. I'm assuming kind of then you were talking about getting into the cutting the metal and the welding and things. I know what it was like on my team. So out of curiosity, how much adjusting as you go happened as you were kind of slowly fitting those pieces of metal together, welding them together and going, maybe this is a little too short, maybe this is a little too long. What was that like, or was it pretty smooth?
Pretty much everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. I mean, the car was too big in one spot, it was too short in one spot, we didn't have enough metal in another spot, parts broke, we had to fix it, and we fixed it.
Yeah. If you were to do it again, right, like go back, maybe even give yourself a little bit more time, hypothetically. So time's not a constraint, you were able to redo it, you had all the materials in the world you wanted to work with. What do you think you might do differently? I'll ask both of you because I'm curious what your answer is.
Plan it out better. Would have definitely planned it out better because, like I said, we built the car too big and we had to cut parts down and stuff to make it actually fit the parameters.
I believe that we should have. There was only one person working on the car, on designing the car, which I believe there should be more people because only that one person knew what actually to do. So at that point, we were just asking him a bunch of questions when we started building it, which was all over the place. So I feel like more people should have been, into the design process.
Yeah, so I hear bring more ideas and more brains together when designing. And I also hear, that old engineering catchphrase, the measure twice, cut once. Sometimes it's more like measure 14 times and hopefully only cut once with solar cars. But it is a very valuable thing to learn. Because I know, have you had your classic car for a while? Is that a car that's been hand down? So is this kind of your first experience designing a car from scratch?
Yes, it's definitely our first experience designing a car from scratch. We didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a typical skill set that I think most high school students get involved in. So the fact that you guys were able to pull it off is really impressive and really awesome. And again, your cruiser car is gone. She's out. So sounds like she's getting back out on the track, which is really, really awesome to see and hear. And truth be told, I don't think I've ever seen a brand new car not have difficulties, right? Like even some of the beautiful ones looking out there on the track have gone through quite a lot of effort and pain to get them there. So by no means are you alone in that, of course, but also I think it's really awesome advice to teams to remember to kind of really collaborate and put your heads together, but also really be careful in between that planning and that first full build phase. Okay, so we're following your path, right? We've been designing, we've prototyped a little bit, we're starting to cut metal, starting to weld. Once you've got that frame together, what was kind of the process moving forward from that?
Process was basically figure everything out. It was, where do we need to put suspension? What suspension do we need? Where's the steering going to go? What do we need? We didn't know.
Right. Do you want to add anything on to kind of how that formulation went?
I guess we just put stuff there, see if it worked, and then if it didn't, we took it out. That was about it.
What do you think was the most challenging thing outside of the frame, component-wise, for this vehicle?
The roll bars. The roll bars have to be one continuous piece this year instead of being welded together. So we actually had to heat the metal up and bend it around like kind of a frame-ish thing. And that caused a lot of problems. We couldn't get the metal to bend properly, so we ended up with creases in it, which decreases structural stability of it. So the judges kind of got a little iffy on that, but we still passed scrutineering, so that's all that matters.
Awesome. And those roll bars, for those of you that are kind of new to cars, do y'all want to explain a little bit about kind of what the roll bar's use is and hopefully why you don't ever want to need it to be in use?
It's basically, if the car were to tip over, it's basically, it's structural to the car, so it protects the driver or the passengers and everyone in the car from getting hurt because it is, I would say it is a strong point, right? So if you were to tip over, nothing would happen to you because you have something around you that could encase you.
That's awesome, and I think a great explanation of a roll bar, especially I feel like in a car with 4 possible people in it at any time. The roll bar is always important, but in your situation, you want to make sure as many people as safe as possible. Although your car is probably a little on the heavier side, therefore, hopefully we won't be seeing any tips anytime soon, but you always got to be prepared for anything that could happen. So now that your car, you're getting it back on the track, what we talked about a little earlier in our previous feature was kind of that thing about burning up the motors, figuring out what was working, the motor controllers not fitting, finding another motor controller from another team, getting everything together. So now that you guys have overcome quite a few complications here, tell me a little bit about kind of the mindset of your team as you're putting that car back out on the track. And how do you think your strategy is going to be as we're kind of coaxing her back on to get some more laps?
Just keep pushing through. If there's a wall, hit the wall, and if you can't break it, hit it again.
I like that. What about you?
It's about the same thing. We're just going along with it, not giving up. I think that's the main thing here, that we haven't sat down. There's only a certain amount of people that can work on it right now. So the people who are, in that, electrical, that phase, have been putting their mind to it, and it's been amazing, yeah.
Awesome. It's been great to see you guys kind of punch through those walls a little bit and overcome them as we've gone through. And like I said, we talked a little bit earlier kind of about how a lot of these teams, this is the first cruiser car we've ever seen. Do you think that in the future, you guys coming kind of back into this will be able to have a smoother transition into another race season with the cruiser division after all the things you guys have kind of walked through this year?
Definitely going to have a smoother transition. We figured out a lot of problems that we need to fix next year, and so we're going to run with those, get them all fixed, and hopefully keep a good car.
Okay, awesome. You're talking about some problems that you kind of want to fix for next year. When you're talking about problems, are you talking about like design problems? Are you talking about performance things? Like, what are you guys looking for as you potentially look towards future races and things moving forward, or honestly, even the rest of this race?
Bit of both. Bit of design problems, bit of structural problems. Some of the wishbones were kind of jerry-rigged together at the last minute because they were too big. So we're going to need to redo those. Going to need to redo the windshield, the front end, basically. Some of the suspension needs to be fixed. And some of the steering could be better, but it works.
Good to see. And I think it's always good to be constantly reflecting on your vehicle and looking for ways to find improvements. I wanted to touch one more thing on y'all before I hopefully release you back to your team. I know we were talking about some of the skills and things you guys have picked up on, and I know you said you've worked a little bit on the mechanical as well. In what ways do you feel like maybe you've gotten a unique experience to kind of try out some of the mechanical stuff than if you had joined maybe just a school class or anything of that nature?
I think this is very hands-on. I'm a hands-on learner. I don't really learn well in school. But It's been a great opportunity. I honestly, to be coming here, to be looking at other teams, to see what they could, like, see what better they have done, to see, like, pros, cons of our car. It builds on my, I guess, knowledge on engineering quite a bit. And just at school, I mean, when we were building the car, I feel like going through that engineering process is way more, I guess, it's way more evident, or whatever you want to call it. I forgot words. But it's way more, I guess, valuable. Yeah.
Awesome. No. I completely understand. I think for me personally as well, like, there's a huge difference between hands-on learning and reading from a textbook, and being able to actually pull that onto something mechanically physical. Funny enough, as someone who's in college, eventually I ended up taking some, statics classes and some straps classes and strain and looking at mechanical components. First off, it would have been really nice to have known some of those things prior to trying to build a solar car, but also it is really incredible how you can actually apply these experiences later on. So I wish you guys best of luck on that note. But without further ado, I will let Prosper get back to their very prospery things today, and hopefully they will continue to prosper today. I'm sorry about my puns. Hopefully they won't get any worse today. But I really appreciate their team for dedicating a little bit of time today. We will be watching for you guys on the track on that live stream, especially for your cruiser car as she keeps going, hopefully chugging along the best I can. Just the little engine that could. And we really appreciate you guys talking with us. We'll wave bye and say thank you and kind of sign off for now, all right? Bye-bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to have a quick little on-site interview. Jacob Bell with our technical team is going to be looking at solar charging with one of the teams here outside of the garages. Take it away, Jacob.
Okay, so we're here with Greenville, the Iron Lions electric solar team, right? And we're here next to their solar array, which is one of the more unique solar arrays out here in this division. And what's your name? I didn't get your name.
Daniel.
Okay, we're here with Daniel, and I'm just going to ask a few questions about their solar array. So, about how much current do you draw from these solar panels in peak sunlight?
We can get at peak sunlight between 17 and 20 amps. It just fully depends on how many clouds there are, where the sun is located, and how they're tilted, and if anybody's shading the panels.
Okay, and you mentioned where the sun is. I know, relating to that, you have that piston over here, right?
Yes.
All right, so you can bring the camera closer to the piston, because this is definitely one of the more unique features on any of the solar panels out here. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's an electronic actuator that goes down, it drives a little spool gear in the bottom, and that bar right there has little bitty notches on it, and as that spins, it can lift it up and down depending on which way it spins.
So as the sun sort of progresses in the sky, your solar panels will automatically track it?
Yeah, we have a solar tracker on it, and then we use a couple different apps to make sure that it's working correctly.
Okay, very cool. And y'all are the only ones out here that have that, correct?
I know there are a couple of teams with the actuators, but I believe we're one of the only ones with a solar tracker on our panels.
Okay, very cool. And do you know what kind of solar panels these are?
I know they're Panasonic panels, but I'm not sure the exact part number.
And about how long does it take to charge your batteries? Because you swap them quite often. But yeah, about how long does it take to charge your batteries?
We usually try to charge them during our driving stints. Between 30 and 45 minutes is how long we're driving. And they'll go from about 52 volts to about 42 or above. And then we'll bring them in, we'll swap them out. I believe y'all saw that very quickly. And then we go ahead and charge them and send the car back out.
Okay, very cool. And this is your battery right here, right?
Yes, this is one of our two separate batteries that goes right into the car and it charges.
The connection on your battery is one of the better ones out here, I noticed, because you have really quick battery changes. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's just a large-sized Anderton connector, and in our vehicle we have a little like funnel deal, and when you shove it in, it kind of helps guide it in, and it just locks right in. And then on the back there's a pin, and you just flick it, and it drops down into a hole, and it locks the battery in there.
So it's a quick process.
Yeah, we did one, and well, so our record is 10.5 seconds, and that was a couple years ago. And our last one was 10.65, and we had a little mistake, and we were kind of annoyed.
Well, it definitely looks like a quick process. I know y'all probably practiced that a lot to get it faster. Is this the sun tracker right here that you mentioned, this black box?
That is our MPPT. It's our multi-point power tracker, and basically what that does, it helps charge the batteries evenly within, so we don't have any ones where one's at 12 volts and one's at like 9. We want them to be all at the same voltage.
Okay, very cool. I think those are sort of all the questions I have for now. We may be back, but thanks for taking the time to talk about it. We just wanted to take a look at them because they are very unique, some of the best looking ones out here. So thanks for taking the time.
Thank you, Jacob, for looking at that. That was some pretty neat stuff. The solar tracker there that tracks the sun to create a maximum amount of solar coverage on the array to do the best charging there. So anyway, we're going to go to the track for a second while our A remote team gets set up, and we are then going to be having an interview with the Kentucky Solar Cats. So hang by, in 1 minute we're going to be with the Kentucky Solar Cats. All right, and now we're going to be back with Mackenzie, who is talking to the Kentucky Solar Cats.
All right, and we're back out on pit road today for another sunshiny morning on Texas Motor Speedway. We're back with Kentucky. Kentucky, if you may remember, we talked with them back on day one, but unfortunately we were on a rain delay, so we were back in the garages. So we've had quite a bit of action since we first talked for our Kentucky Solar Cats and their car out on the track right now behind us. So first things first, let's just kind of give a nice little overview of what's been happening. How was day one? How was day two? Entering now into the morning of day three. Give me just kind of an update on how your car's going.
Well, day one was a little bit rainy, as I'm sure you all know. So we didn't run as well as we were hoping. And then by the end of the day, when they had the rain delay, we did go a little faster than we probably should have. And so day two was catching up, but now we're getting back up to speed. We're running consistently, doing well. So hopefully weather stays good.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Good to hear. And I know, talking from experience on my own solar car team, you're not wrong when sometimes if you push your car a little bit beyond what maybe it should have been running, it can really make an impact on how the rest of the day goes. Do you think you can talk just a little bit about like how solar cars perform and what things to look for when you're running a solar car? For a lot of these people who maybe aren't familiar, gas cars don't really work that way. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about kind of how the car handles that.
Well, the main issue that we had was that we went too far into our batteries.
Caution in turn 2 has been lifted.
And when we did that, it was really difficult for our car to just run as well as it could have. And so we've had to spend past day and a half just catching up and getting back to where we were. And of course, normal cars aren't like that. You can be running just about on empty and you don't even notice until it's a little bit too late. But with these, you're running low, you'll tell.
That's very true, and I think for people who aren't as familiar with how batteries in a car work, it's not a linear experience, right? Your battery's not just trucking along, kind of draining at the same amount the entire time. And you're definitely not wrong. Your batteries are kind of the heart of your vehicle, and you really have to kind of monitor how they work, same way you would in a human body, right? So can you talk just a little bit about kind of how the batteries in the vehicle kind of operate for people who maybe aren't as familiar? You don't have to go too deep into detail, but just kind of like talking about how once you hit that barrier, it's really hard to rebound from it.
Well, I'm glad you said I don't have to go too in depth. I'm not the electrical guy, but from what I understand, basically what happens is when you go too far into it, the amount of time that it takes for those batteries to recharge, especially when you're running, just because of, they're going to be running basically off the solar panels and pulling a little bit from your batteries while the solar panels are also trying to charge your batteries so that your car can run well. It takes time, so you're going to be running real slow for a real long time, and it's just, it's not the way anyone wants to run.
Yeah, and we've heard from talking to a lot of the solar car teams, you mentioned telemetry over and over again, and a lot of teams do, and strategy and things. And you're really not wrong, because when we're talking about battery and battery monitoring, that's one of the most important parts of a telemetry system for people who aren't as familiar. Because a lot of times these batteries, kind of like you said, if you dip too low below that voltage kind of line of where you don't want to touch, your batteries don't like it at all, trust me. And in some cases it can be kind of dangerous if you pull too much from a battery. We've seen instances where batteries melt down or in worst case blow up, which hopefully will not happen, of course, and it hasn't happened to y'all. But it is kind of a very finicky thing you have to pay a lot of attention to. How has kind of been monitoring that for your car and for your team? Is it kind of a learning process, kind of figuring out what to look for?
Well, we started doing some telemetry last year, but the guy who's doing it had other things that he had to do, so he wasn't able to entirely finish it. And so our telemetry system last year was basically having our drivers read off voltage and amps and all that stuff from the MPPT and just writing it down in a notebook. And this year we've actually had someone completely dedicated the entire time to telemetry, making a system, and it's working really well. we're very, very happy with how much we've improved on that front.
That's really awesome. And of course, running a solar car in general is always going to be a learning curve for every team. Would you recommend to teams kind of spending a lot more time on their telemetry system as a whole? I know sometimes telemetry is not necessarily the number one thing you think about when you're designing a car and building a car. So from that experience, do you think you'd recommend, what path would you recommend teams to take in terms of looking at their telemetry?
If you have the manpower to spare to do it, it's 100% worth it, because you will run better with good telemetry than you will. I mean, it makes sense when you say it, but if you don't think about it, then you're not going to think about it.
That's awesome. And I definitely agree with you, and I think that's a good point for teams. Because like I said, sometimes it's one of those things you tend to put on the back burner until you realize it's too late. And it's quite important. So let's talk a little bit about your car and how it's running now, right? You're on the track, you're doing good. Are you kind of at the point where you expected you to be? Has there been any parts where your car hasn't performed the way you wanted it to? I know we talked about it. We're pushing it a little far and it's slowing a little bit down. So we've covered some of that. But is there any areas that maybe your car has surprised you in terms of performance?
Well, we tested it a lot, so we got all of the kinks out of the way. This is about actually how we expected it to run with good weather. Now with poor weather, it is what it is, and there's not much you can do about it. But overall, it's running really well, and everyone else in our division is running really well too. It's a very close race, and we're pretty happy about it.
That's awesome, and I'm glad you're happy about having everybody else out here. I know it's a lot more fun when you have challenging teams to be challenged by. And I think that it's really awesome to see. And I know, like I said, a lot of your team, we talked about this earlier, kind of before y'all started racing. A lot of your team is a little rookie to the racing experience. It's your first year back for good right now. What have you guys learned since going from the garage when we first talked? What have you guys learned, think? What is one of the biggest things you've figured out since actually now racing on the track?
That you need to check and double check your numbers, because when we drained our batteries, I don't want to say miscalculated, but we overestimated how far we could go, and that didn't do us in, but it didn't do us any favors.
That's a really good point. And funny, we were just talking with another team, and one of the big things we brought up was the measure twice, cut once idea. So always checking your numbers seems like a good thing to do, and I think that's a great tip for teams. Kind of looking at your team's performance. Like, think your car's doing what your car's doing, but as a new team kind of coming together, how do you feel like your teammates are doing, and how's the interaction between all your team members? Are you guys pleased with how you're doing this year?
Yeah, they're doing really well. We have kind of a small team, but that just means that everyone knows exactly what they need to do, and they're all doing it very well. All the people that are here are very capable, and they're very good at what they do, and it's running like a well-oiled machine. Very, very glad to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always what we want to hear in a solar car team. So that's really, really awesome. I know we were just kind of talking right before we started about how y'all are here. It's one of your second times ever being in Texas, being down here. One thing I've been talking to a couple teams, I haven't gotten to ask y'all yet since we hadn't started. What's it like being out here on pit row and on the track at Texas Motor Speedway? Texas Motor Speedway is kind of a world-famous NASCAR arena here that we've got going. So what's it like really being out here and having your car out there? What does that feel like?
Well, I used to watch NASCAR when I was little, and it's exciting to be here on the Texas Motor Speedway. So, yeah, I don't know how everyone else feels, but I know that I'm very excited to be here.
That's awesome, and I hope you guys are taking lots of pictures and really enjoying your experience. I know it's something that not very many high school students can say they've able to do, and now that we started racing, you get the honor of being able to say that you have built and raced your own car at a NASCAR track, and I think that's the coolest thing and something you should totally be proud of. So big congratulations there. It's day 3 of the race. We're kind of getting into the groove. I know you're kind of saying you feel like you're working out some of the kinks, team's now settling into what the plan is. How do you think that plan is going to go? How do you think day 3 is going to go into day 4? Like I said, we got a lot of sunshine, so let's hope that sunshine stays. And for all of us using our sunscreen, we're going to hope that sunshine stays. So what do you guys think moving forward for the rest of this race? Since you've coming off of what you've learned, where are you going with this?
I think that it's going to go well, but I think for everyone else, it's also going to go well. So I think it's going to be a close race. Yeah. And honestly, I'm kind of happy about that, because if we were or someone else was just running laps around everyone, it wouldn't be the same. It's not as interesting.
Yeah, I think on that note, have you had the time to be able to kind of talk to some of the other teams you guys are competing against in some ways, and have you been able to kind of see their cars?
Yeah, that's honestly my favorite part about this entire thing is going to talk to other teams and see their cars and see what they did better, see what we did better, and just compare, because that's how you make a better car.
Yeah, that's awesome. Do you have any thing? You don't have to share them, but you're writing down some things. You've gotten some ideas going for next time around. I'm sure that it's one of those things that a lot of these cars are constantly evolving and constantly changing, and you learn a lot when you go out onto the track. So it's really exciting to see that. I did want to ask, now that we've actually started racing since last time, have you had a favorite moment of the race for you so far, whether that be from scrutineering, check-in, all the way here? What have you enjoyed the most of being able to come out this year?
Of the race, getting to drive, that was exciting.
Pretty cool.
But just being in Texas, the barbecue.
The barbecue. You heard it here first from Kentucky. They're admitting it. Yep. The Texas barbecue. Sounds good. I appreciate it. And I hope that your team is having a good time kind of being able to explore and travel and be here. Especially after all the COVID and everything happening. I'm glad that everyone was able to come out this year.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Do you have any other kind of comments about how your team's doing? Anything you'd like to say? I know some of the teams have been thanking people back home for watching and tuning in and cheering you guys on. What else do you have for anybody who's listening in and rooting on Kentucky? I heard the Wasp team also from Kentucky, and y'all have been having a ball, hanging out, cheering each other on. So anything else you'd like to kind of say?
Well, I just want to thank everyone back home who's been watching and supporting. We're very happy that you guys are so supportive of what we've been doing. Thank our school, because we would not have been able to be here without them. A lot of people on the school board helping us out, our advisors, all the other team members, Texas Motor Speedway, Solar Car Challenge. I mean, every single person involved in this, we wouldn't be able to be here otherwise. So we're very, very thankful. We're glad the other teams are here. We're glad everyone's doing well. It's just overall, it's been a very good race. I'm very happy to be here.
That's awesome. I really appreciate you taking the time. I'll let you get back to your team and back to your number checking as you go. And I wish Kentucky the best of the rest of the day today and going into tomorrow. It's really great to see y'all out here. We'll go ahead and wave goodbye and send it back to our team back in the media center and say thank you until we meet again. Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye.
y'all. Okay, Western High School. Western High School. Western High School. Team member 16. We have a battery change right now for Western High School. Come on.
Dude, just wait for the battery, On. Good.
Yes. So we actually have the Iron Lions team from Greenville coming in for another battery change. We're going to go around the side of the car now and see it. Another great battery change from the Iron Lions electric solar team. And it seems that Capel actually is getting ready for another battery change as well.
All right, well that was quite a fast battery change. Very, very impressive. And now we are going to go back with Mackenzie, who is going to do some behind the scenes interviews with some of the race staff. And we'll talk about some of the different things that our race staff have had to do to cope with COVID and getting this race to actually happen in 2021. And here we go.
That would not have been allowed to come if we hadn't been taking the precautions we're taking now. In fact, according to Dr. Marks, about half of the teams that were originally registered were able to make it at all, and many of them wouldn't have been able to come without the stringent precautions we're taking.
It's great to see the teams that we have out here, and I know from what I've seen, people have seemed to be really excited to just be here and are willing to put in the work to be standing here today. How's the experience been so far, just kind of with safety? I know COVID's not the only safety procedure we take. There's plenty of other things that could happen on the track, largely being heat and staying hydrated. So what's it like kind of being on medical staff here and helping make sure everybody's safe, both student and staff?
Well, you know, an ounce of prevention is better than 100 pounds of cure. So we go to great lengths, all of the safety staff, to make sure everybody's staying happy, healthy, and hydrated. Those are the big three that we look for. We try to keep people cool, shaded, watered. You know, we're here in the Texas Motor Speedway. It's a big concrete bowl in the middle of Texas. People are going to get hot. When they do, we cool them off, give them some water, replenish their electrolytes, and take care of them. We've been doing well this year. We haven't had too many profound heat injuries, no heat stroke, nothing like that, which that's a win in my book. No big traumas. So we're staying on top of it, and the teams have been incredibly diligent in keeping themselves safe. And that's, as a safety-oriented person, that's really all I can ask.
That's awesome. I know, so we talked about safety, and we're talking about kind of keeping everybody happy, healthy, and hydrated. I like the 3 H's of that there. Good rules to live by, I think, for all of life, not just for solar car. But also kind of looking at just staff side, because talking about how you have been on staff. Can you just speak a little bit to kind of what is put in kind of behind the scenes that maybe a lot of these students and people watching don't get to see, not just from the medical standpoint, but just kind of all of it, all around, all of us in our white shirts running around?
Yeah, so I think, you know, most of the people watching probably have some experience in one way or another that they can relate to in trying to organize people, whether they're a teacher, a parent, a supervisor somewhere. Everybody has some experience like that, right? That's basically what we're doing here. Just multiply it up to 350, 400 participants, advisors, things like that. So we have a number of personnel coordinating track operations. It's a big speedway. We can't keep eyes on every inch all the time, so we have spotters in the stands to help us with that. We have people controlling the pits. We have safety personnel positioned all up and down pit row and in the garages to, again, make sure people are happy, healthy, and hydrated. But also, in case there's an incident on the track, we're ready to respond to that immediately. We've got security up at the front gate, locking it down. Only registered participants are allowed in the event. That's a COVID precaution more than anything else. You have to have been tested to come in with us. So it's a really multifaceted thing to put an event like this on. And that really is just, we're just scratching the surface with day-to-day operations, right? I can really only speak to the COVID protocol, but I know it took me about 6 months to put all the protocols together, run it by infectious disease teams, epidemiologists, all of that, just to get the paperwork done, just to get it all written down, make sure we had all of our ducks in a row to make the event go in the first place. So this really, even though we're only racing for 4 days, this is a year-round event. It takes a number of people working insane hours every day of the year to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. And I know, you've got your head staff, some of the people who do work on this year round. You've got some of the judges who kind of come all together, family reunion style, to be out here to help judge the teams. You've got a lot of the interns and some of us college kids that are return veterans to the team in terms of we were racers once and couldn't quite let go and are back in the race again in whatever way we can help. And I see it personally, and I want to, hope that people kind of recognize how much work gets put into some of these things, and I hope everyone feels really appreciated on staff. Kind of looking at it, again, on staff, you get to see all these cars, all these racers. Can you just talk a quick bit about what it's like to see all these teams and some of the cars you've seen this year, and, how are you impressed with the performance of these students, and what's it like getting to watch year to year all these different cars?
Well, any year, it's impressive enough for a team to make it here, just to show up. Whether they even make it out on the track, just getting here is a huge feat. But this year, in particular, it's something different. There are some teams here who were locked out of their garages all year. They weren't able to get in and start working on their vehicles until 6 weeks, in one case 2 weeks, out from the race, and they still managed to make it. That speaks to the tenacity, the commitment, and the dedication that every single participant at the event shows, and their technical know-how. It's really impressive what a bunch of high school kids are able to do when they drop their shoulder and commit to solving a problem. Every car that you see passing on this camera is a testament to that.
Awesome. And I really appreciate kind of all these students and what they've gone through, and I really appreciate all the staff and what they've gone through, and I hope those of us tuning in can kind of share in that encouragement for everybody all around, whether they be a racer or someone that's been working year-round or someone that's able to show up just for this time period. And I appreciate you taking some time out of the day today and all the hecticness to chat with us a little bit. Is there any last things you'd like to say to the live stream? Anything you'd like to just kind of add real quick before we kind of sign off?
Sure, yeah. We talked about how much work goes in behind the scenes and how much dedication it takes for the students to produce a car that's able to race. What we didn't talk about is how much support it takes from families, sponsors, staff people, volunteers. The people watching at home, I don't know that they all understand exactly how important they are to this race. They're just as critical as I am, as Doc, as any of the senior staff, because without that level of support in all of the communities that we represent around the world and around the country, we wouldn't be here. So thank you all. Thank you for your support.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here live on Pit Row. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You're a huge support out to us, and we look forward to more interviews with teams, more safe, happy, hydrated people, and looking forward to a great sunny rest of the day. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. we are right on back here at pit row again with our cars going on in the background. It's almost noon. It is noon right on the dot. We're doing pretty good. What we're going to start seeing soon is some of our classic cars, classic advanced, and the electric solar cars start to pull off for their lunch break. But some of our advanced teams, like RAHS over here, are not pulling off because they're not required to take off. So they're going to be zooming around the track probably behind us. And in the meantime, we're going to be checking in with them and seeing how it's going. You may remember Lexi from RAHS team. We talked with her way back when on the first day, kind of saw while we were working on getting cars slowly up and running. Actually, if I remember correctly, we were just lifting that rain delay, and their car was getting pulled out in the middle of our conversation. So we've had a lot since then, some actual racing since then. So first things first, would you just give us a little update on what's gone on since kind of day one? We've started racing. How's your car doing, and what that's looked like for your team so far?
The race has been an absolute blast. It's been so much fun. Just coming out here, we've made it through 2.5 days. Not too many major problems going on. We're really happy with the way the car's running. Horns, everything, a lot better than we're expecting. We're just really excited to be out on the track. Not as many rain delays. Weather's good. Our battery's good. Here at day three.
Mm-hmm. Now, I remember we kind of talked a little bit about this, but day one was not a fun day for a lot of teams with all the rain delays and everything going on. But being from kind of the Seattle area, I feel like of all the teams out here, y'all were a little bit most familiar with how to use your car in that weather. Would you talk us through a little bit about kind of how the strategy went down on day one with all of that going on behind us?
Yeah, so unlike many of the other teams, we were actually a little bit excited for rain. We have over 600 miles on the car coming into the race. Over 300 we have had rain or sprinkling. So we know that our car will hold up. We know our brakes are good. Some other things that teams were worried about. So we're pretty confident. So that allowed us to just completely focus on our strategy and how we were going to be efficient with our power.
That's awesome. And I know I've talked to a couple other teams, and we've seen it today, talking about how important telemetry systems are and how important that strategy is. How do you feel like that's going for your team, and is it running smoothly? How you are able to talk to your car and hear back from it about how fast to go and how many amps to pull? What's that like for your team, and how smooth is that?
We are so fortunate to have such an amazing telemetry team. They're up in the condos. They're giving us warnings as we're going through the track, and our data system is really, really sweet. So we're really happy with where we're at. We're playing a little bit conservative here. I think we have a lot of battery in the tank here coming. So as we go into the next day and a half, I think we're going to make up some really good progress here.
Yeah, and I know a lot of our viewers who've been watching recognize RAHS' team as they fly around the track. The advanced team has had quite a lot of competition back and forth, and I know that makes it fun and exciting for teams. But also kind of, a lot of pressure. Anytime anything goes wrong, anything can be kind of stressful for the team. So I hope that everything's going smoothly, and I know y'all are having fun kind of with that. How is it like, being up here with like Iron Lions and Staten Island, some of these teams that have been around a lot longer than y'all, and obviously you're doing fairly well. So kind of what's it like to have so many teams around you that kind of push each other?
I think it's a tribute to just all of the hard work we've done in this last year. It's amazing to have such a race that's neck and neck right there in laps. But I think as a team, we've just come together and we're like, we cannot give up penalties. We have to be efficient. Driver changes have to be quick. Everything that we can do, our lunch break, everything, every little ounce that we can keep is what we want. So
that's awesome to hear. Now that we started racing, we talked a little bit about how y'all were great with the weather on the first day in terms of like, oh, this is kind of like home. For the past, today and yesterday it's been a little hotter, a lot more sun. How has our team from the Seattle area held up in that sunshine? What's the transition like being down here at Texas Motor Speedway?
Ooh, it's a little hot. We're not used to the humidity. Believe it or not, it's actually much drier in Seattle. We had our fans go down yesterday for a couple hours, and man, we were cooking. But we've managed, we've been hydrating, making sure we have turns in the media room, make sure we're staying safe.
That's great and good to hear. We were just talking to one of our medical staff about how important it is to be healthy, happy, and hydrated as a team. So it's good to see that you guys are taking those precautions and staying safe. It's really awesome. So now that we're on day 3, right? Like we're halfway done with the race already. We don't have that much more left when you think about it. It's been pretty exciting. So far, now that we've gotten the cars on, what has been your favorite part of the race that you've gotten to experience?
Driving for sure. It's so much fun. You can do all the testing in the world, but there's nothing like being in a world-class track with other teams who are just as good as you, driving, honking your horn. It's an experience you can't get anywhere else. I'll say it over and over.
I know a question that is often asked of teams of your caliber and some of those big advanced cars. You gotta tell us, what is it like being inside that vehicle and driving it around? What does it feel like being there? I know we talked with Iron Lines about some of the similar experiences, so I'd love to hear kind of what it's like from y'all's side.
Yeah, you're racing. You're dialed in and focused. We have a joke here and there. We got to keep it light, but we're dialed in, and we want to be as efficient as possible. So we are making sure our pit area is quiet, our condo is quiet, because we have to make sure we're not making any small errors.
That's awesome, and glad to hear and see how important you guys take this race. I know you guys have put in a lot of work, and we talked a lot about that on Monday. In terms of putting in work, you talked about how there's not been too much going wrong. Has there been anything that you guys weren't expecting? Has your car performed in the way you were anticipating now that you've been racing?
We would always love more efficiency from our solar panels. I mean, that's the name of the game. We wouldn't mind a little bump in efficiency, but for the most part, we're really, really happy. The only times we've stopped is just for pit changes, water, battery changes, but we're all able to do that under 2 minutes. Thankful for all the practice that we've had, so going really, really well.
That's really great to hear. And you know something you were just kind of reminding me of? I was talking to a couple of the other teams kind of yesterday about when we talk about strategy and how you want to run your car. A term we kept hearing was consistency, right? Like being consistent, trustworthy of your car, knowing how it runs and knowing how to push it consistently to be able to kind of last as long as you can. And that's really, really important. So can you talk a little bit about consistency for your team? Is that something that's important to you, and kind of what does that look like for your car?
Oh, for sure. We want to be as precise as possible. So when we're running 1.3 volts on our cruise control, we want that to be consistent every single time. Obviously, we're going to be passing, we're going to be braking here and there. But as we get near to this 2-hour lunch break, we know we're going to be consistent because we have less passing. We're going to be going faster, so we definitely want to take advantage of that time.
That's really awesome and great to hear. And it's cool to see how many things are kind of common themes throughout multiple solar cars, but are obviously expressed very differently between these different divisions. Speaking of different divisions, have you had fun kind of looking at some of the other cars out here on the track? You know, being in advance, you still get to see a lot of the other vehicles out here. What's it been like now watching the other cars race with you, not just kind of visually through scrutineering? And how fun has it been to be able to kind of see what other teams are able to come up with and how their cars perform?
It's been so amazing. Just being able to talk to other teams about what they do and how they think differently. I know we've taken a lot of inspiration just from the teams that are here from 2019. And we're back again, we're talking to teams, and wow, there's some really smart people out here. I mean, so we're definitely going back. We're going to rethink some things, and hopefully next year as we go into hopefully a road race, we can start implementing those things.
That's really awesome. There's a lot of busyness out here on pit road. Things are constantly happening. Like I said, the cars are starting to get pulled off for their lunch break if they're not in the advanced or the cruiser division. While these advanced cars are required to take a break at some point, we want to make sure you guys are safe, but they're able to choose when they take that break for those 30 minutes. So that's kind of, everything's happening all at once, and I know that's kind of how the Solar Car Challenge is from time to time, running around. I wanted to say, I asked you about your favorite part of the race so far, and we've been racing now, and I know your team was excited to be out here. I love the energy coming from a lot of your teammates when I see them walking around, always so excited to be here. How do you feel like your team has been performing now that you've started racing? Has your team been able to kind of be really good and working out, and were you guys able to kind of hit the ground running, or do you think there was things that y'all were kind of figuring out whose role was what, and how well has that come together for your team?
So we go to a very small school. We only have about 100 people in each class. So we're very close as it is, and then we're spending all this time in the shop getting prepared. And then we come here and we're living together in this massive house. And it's been interesting to get to know people much, much more. But I gotta say, I'm so proud of the way we're getting along. It's been so smooth. Just from up in telemetry all the way down to the pit, we've made sure that our roles are clear. As soon as the car gets up, we're going to have these people on the stage get our solar panels up. So we're excited. You might hear us in the garage. We have a team cheer going on. We see our car going by, we're cheering. We're really excited to be here. It's been amazing.
That's so awesome. And like I said, I absolutely love the energy, and I think it's really like the spirit of solar car racing, and I see it in your team, and that's always so much fun. And I love that you're able to share that with everybody else here, because I think it makes us all all feel excited to be here. So thank you for your team's energy and excitement as we go. I hopefully have a few more questions for you. I know it's hot and we're going through quite a bit. There's a lot going on, and I know you want to get back to your team soon, so I'll try to not spend too much longer with you, I promise. But I have two other things for real. One thing I kind of wanted to touch on is, as a young lady, as a young woman standing here, we have a lot of women out here on the track, which is always a great thing to see. I just wanted to know if it was okay if I asked you kind of about how this experience has impacted you personally, and has it kind of made a huge impact on how you see yourself and maybe your confidence in this area, and what has that journey been like for you? As a fellow woman who has gone through the program, I know sometimes it can be a little daunting, but such an empowering experience to be a part of, and I'd love to just kind of hear a little bit about your feelings on that.
Completely. I mean, just going back, I'm so thankful for our mentors who have been so supportive. But we really need more girls in STEM, honestly. Race or not, I'd love to see more girls out here. I came in excited about STEM, I want to learn, but I saw there's only 2 girls on our team other than me. It's hard to find those kind of role models. So I think sticking together, talking with other teams, finding role models. I saw Mackenzie on the webinar. I'm like, oh, she has a binder for everything, all the rules. So guess what I have? I have a binder with all my rules, scrutineering, waivers, schedules, everything. So let's stick together. We are going to be the future, and we need more girls.
Well, now that I'm going to cry on our live stream, because that was very touching, I'll let you go very soon, but I just wanted to know one more thing. How are you guys looking forward to the end of the race, and what are you most excited about for the rest of this race? I know we talked about how we don't have too much time left, so I'd love to leave you kind of just with what are you guys looking forward to, and what goals do you have for pulling your car off at the end on Thursday?
We're pumped. So, again, this is 2 years worth of work, and in our team meeting, we just said we just need to go out there and reward ourselves. Some things are out of our hand, but there are things that we control, and we need to make sure we're taking care of that. But we're excited. The last few days, I hear it goes pretty fast. So our speed will be picking up. We'll be taking some laps. We'll be passing you guys. So we're excited.
That's really awesome. I'm glad to see the upbeat attitude. I really wish you guys the best of luck. Is there anybody else you'd like to say thank you to? Wave back home. Hopefully some people back in Washington that you'd like to say thanks for supporting. Any last words before I let you get back to your team?
Yes, all of our volunteers, our parents who have been taking amazing care of us, to the team members who weren't able to travel with us, we're thinking about you, especially our sponsors. We're so grateful. We wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you, Lexi, and I appreciate RAHS for being out here in such a happy time being on the track. I wish you guys the best of luck as you get back to racing around the track. Hopefully we've seen you guys pass us by in the background a couple times. But with that, I'll go ahead and let you go and say thank you very much while I go to take my lunch break. Bye. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mackenzie, and thank you, everyone, for those nice interviews. Now we're going to go back to the track where we have cars coming off for lunch. The cars are going to be coming off the track in a staggered manner as they come back in for lunch break, unless you are an advanced division car, in which case you can just keep on rolling.
Oh, is Torchy's the media center? No. Oh, okay. Torchy's the media center. Picture over here? Someone hold this camera while it doesn't bite. Well, crop is expensive. Yeah. I can get there. Really? Alright, thank you.
All right, so what you're seeing there is a task being accomplished. In the electric car division, the cars that charge when they're off the track, the cars have a task that the judges appoint them to do every day, and the task changes. And today, the task for the cars in that division is to transport a cameraman from point A to point B. So there we had Sal Hussein, one of our cameramen, being transported by one of the solar cars. Thank you very much, guys. And now Sal is headed back up to get more shots. All right, good job, Sal. And now back to track cam.
Are you talking to me?
All right, and it is time to resume our programming, everybody. All right, it's 1:30, and we have scheduled an interview with the Iron Lions. Mackenzie, we're going to take it to you with the Iron Lions team to see how they're doing. I hear it's neck and neck, and they are doing really well in this race. So let's go ahead and take it away, Mackenzie.
Awesome. Hey guys, welcome back. We're excited to be back from our lunch break, but by no means is Iron Lions taking a break. So we're going to make this a quick check-in to make sure he can get back to his team. As Stuart may have mentioned, we're talking with the Iron Lions. Iron Lions currently is still in the lead for the overall number of laps out there on the track, but they're in a pretty tight race for today. We have some really great competition in the advanced division. It's really pushing these students to fight pretty hard back and forth and really strategize. Can you tell me a little bit about how today has been going for y'all? I know we talked yesterday with some of your team, but just a quick little overview of today.
Right. Today's been pretty good. It's been a pretty good day. Clouds are killing us again, but other than that, I mean, our batteries are doing pretty good right now. So as long as we can keep up our pace, we may be behind right now, but here in a little bit we're going to turn it up a little bit more and start trying to get back to the lead for today.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And I know, like I said, we talked to one of your teammates yesterday a little bit, but we didn't get too deep into it. I know that this car for y'all is this is the first year you're bringing it out, putting it on the track. It's been very successful, a beautiful looking car. And I know all of us on staff have been kind of drooling over it as we've seen you guys do it. Will you share a little bit about the process of building that car, what it's made out of, and how hard it was? Because I've heard it's been a labor of love and a labor of difficulty by all measures possible.
Yeah, for sure. We're about 2.5 years into this car. From the time we started building it to the time we rolled it out of the shop, we're about 2.5 years. It's all carbon fiber, composite body, Mitsubishi hub motor, LE3, SunPower cells, Panasonic batteries. I mean, it's top of the line stuff, the best stuff you can probably buy for a solar car these days. So, I mean, we did not spare any expense at it. I mean, we put all of our safety measures in place. We did all the best parts we could use on it. So, I mean, we're there. Just got to make it run now and get some sun on it. So.
Yeah, and running you guys sure have been doing. Obviously, the student is very knowledgeable about this vehicle. We're with the captain of their advanced division team. Can you share a little bit about what it's like being captain, kind of as a senior this past year in high school, kind of rising to this occasion? Has it been kind of difficult, or what have you enjoyed about being able to be in this position?
I mean, yeah, it has its trade-offs. I mean, it's nice having to have people like work with you and not against you, I guess. It's always been my goal to be the captain since I first walked into the program 4 years ago. Personally, since I became a captain, I have grown to be a better person. I've heard that from multiple people, so I mean, it's just been a humbling experience for me. And we've all worked our butt off trying to get it to where we are now, and now we're basically in the lead for the overall points, which is great. I mean, there's no other words for it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the payoff and feeling that success coming off your senior year. Speaking of coming off your senior year, I know, graduating and doing all these things. I've talked to a couple teammates about this before, but when it's your last year in the car, you've graduated, you're done with high school, you've moved on, yet you're still here, and you're still here for your team. And I think that takes a lot of dedication to follow through with that when hypothetically you're done, right? Like, you don't have to put in all the stress that it takes to get here. Instead, you could just be looking forward to celebrating being at college and all these things. So why is it important for you to be here, to put in this work, to be captain, to still be here after you've graduated? And what does this team mean to you?
I mean, this has been my second family for 4 years. I mean, it's most of my closest friends, I've known all my advisors since I could walk almost. So I mean, it's just like a second family. We've had so many up and downs in this program. We've had great cards. We've had bad days. I mean, we've had good days. I mean, it's just been awesome all the way through. And I just felt like being that I have worked for 4 years, it'd be kind of a waste of time if I didn't do my 4th year. So that's why I had every intention to do 4 years in it and move on from there. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. And congratulations having such an awesome car to celebrate kind of your graduation. Like I said, I'm going to get you back to your team as fast as possible because I know today's been a tight race for y'all. And as captain, it's important to be there to support your team. So before I let you go from this quick check-in, we will be checking in with the electric car from your team tomorrow morning. But is there any other things you'd like to say, maybe to say thank you or to reach out to people who hopefully are watching back home and cheering you guys on?
Yeah, for sure. I just want to say thank you for all my amazing sponsors throughout 4 years. I mean, they've done nothing but the best for me. My mom and dad, they both been there for me. I mean, I haven't been home hardly any this summer because I've been up at school working almost 40 hours a week. So it's pretty nice having people who support you and to help you do what you love. So.
Yeah, I totally get it. Well, like I said, thank you so much for taking a little bit of your time. I'll get you back to your very tight race. So say thank you to the camera, and we will wish you guys luck and, keep on racing. Appreciate it.
All right, now that was the Iron Lions. Now we are going to go see some cars get back out onto the track after lunch. Again, the advanced division has been racing throughout lunch. They race throughout the entire day, but the other divisions do take a mandatory lunch break. So these cars are going to be getting on there. So let's go to the track and let's see what's going on there. All right, so here we have Jacob Bell going into some engineering of one of the cars. He is talking to North Tampa. Again, he's talking to North Tampa. Let's switch over to Jacob and see what we can learn.
We're here with the team from North Tampa, and their car is in the Classic division. We're just going to take a look at some of the features of the car, the motor, the wheels, the solar panels. And I'm here with, what's your name?
Rick Roth.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, let's take a look at the wheel, because it's sort of right here, and then we'll work our way back, I guess. So where'd you get these wheels from?
So these are actually called Surrey bike wheels. They are a European bike brand, and we use them because they are super frictionless. So when we're driving, we don't get a lot of rolling resistance on them.
Are you on radio, Mackenzie?
Much better than our previous wheels, which were much bigger. So contact with the ground, we were getting much more friction, as well as much more rolling resistance driving. So.
Oh, very cool. And then I see, sort of connected to that, you have your suspension.
Sal, you're tilted awful.
I know not every team out here has a suspension. So you want to talk to me about your suspension? Anything special about it?
Thank you.
It looks nice. Yeah.
So we chose to do a straight bar right here because suspension on a track is not really necessary. All it does is
Parker,
break our
why don't you stay at that
wheels out of alignment, and then it makes our car really squishy, so we're using more energy to keep rolling. So we chose a straight bar here. If we're doing a road race, we'll probably swap them out for some suspension, but on a track, there's no need.
Okay, very cool. And then your frame, your sort of structural support here. Talk to me about what it's made of and the manufacturing process for these bent pieces right here.
So we just used electrical conduit. Stuff is really light. It's galvanized, so strong. We chose it because, again, super light and strong enough to hold up our panels. Our panels are light this year, so we chose a lighter material. Also, the bending on it was pretty simple. We just took a pipe bender, did them all manually, and then tried to get them generally even.
And you mentioned your solar panels. I guess we can talk about those as well, because they look new. They look really lightweight. They look a lot more lightweight than some of the other ones out here. So can you talk to me about those a little bit?
So we got these panels. We were using 15 of them. Each one of them are 100 watts, which means we get 1,500 watts total. We chose these ones because they are super light and they're flexible. So if you can see in the back here, we have them kind of bent around the next panel. That way when the wind is coming up to us, it's actually shooting off the back of our car, rather than if we put them flat like everyone else's, they're hitting on every little bump that they have. So this way we're pushing the wind off of our car rather than hitting and getting that resistance there.
Okay, interesting. And then I think we're going to move into
Will you
the
man
sort
the
of the
switch?
cabin of the car where the driver
Thanks,
sits.
Parker.
You have a lot of electrical components, and I saw you, it looked like you were working with some of your electronics before we came over for an interview. So can you talk to us about sort of the dashboard and what some of the stuff on the dashboard is?
So this grasshopper is not a part of our car. Okay, bye. So this is our interior here. Fan required, mirrors are all required. This right here, the speedometer. I'm gonna actually go ahead and plug in the auxiliary battery so you can see us light up. This right here is going to be our telling us exactly how much voltage we're getting in, how many amps we're putting out, et cetera, et cetera. That's basically what we're looking at all the time when we're driving, so that we know what we're putting in and what we need to pull out and how much battery we have left and whatnot. This right here would be our horn. We actually have quite a musical horn. So if we turn this on, we have tons and tons and tons of different musical selections that we can play. So that was a fun feature that we put on the car, just to add a little bit of diversity into the normal beep beep you hear around the track. So what I was doing when you came up was actually turning up our motor controller, because we realized this race we were trying to be a little bit more conservative and keep some battery in us, but we realized that when we charged, we were actually fully charged in about 30 minutes. Which means that we didn't use hardly any of our battery capacity. So what I'm doing now is turning up our car, which means that we can go much, much faster on the track and hopefully get some more laps on people. So
watch out for North Tampa in today's race and tomorrow's race.
Yes, sir. We're coming.
All right. And then I see your motor. That's sort of I guess the most important part, along with the solar panels of the car. You want to talk to me about your motor and sort of your drivetrain?
This is a brush type motor. It's 8 horsepower, 16 horsepower 16 horsepower peak, 8 horsepower continuous. We actually have a larger motor than a lot of people. Because our car was so heavy last year, we didn't change out the motor. This year, or rather next year, we're probably going to downsize on that motor because our car is much lighter now. So maybe 6 horsepower continuous motor, or maybe even a 4 horsepower. We'll see what happens.
So you mentioned changing your car next year. Are there any major changes you want to make, or small technical changes that you've noticed this year that you think in the future you would change, maybe make lighter, improve in one way or another?
So one pretty large change that we're making right now actually is we killed some panels here. These 3 panels here actually died on us, so we're actually having to switch out and not use them anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. But next year, hopefully, we'll reduce the amount of shading on this back panel, because that does cause a lot of amp drop in what we're getting in. So hopefully we'll be able to fix that out next year.
And by shading, do you mean the overlap from the top set of solar panels?
Yes. So our car was a little bit too long. That's why we had to put this overlap in there initially. But it ended up getting us some shading, which is a problem.
Well, I guess it's all about learning and improving for the next year. Is there any last thing you want to highlight about your car? You don't have to, but I'm just curious if there's one thing that you worked on specifically that you want to talk about.
This car was a lot of work. We put a lot of effort into it, and I'm really happy with the way it's performed so far. And hopefully these last 2 days we can really push it and get a shot at first. So
yeah, well, I wish you luck out there, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us today.
Yep,
appreciate it.
No problem.
I need your car to move. What's up? Oh, no, you're good.
All right, we're back live on the pit row of Texas Motor Speedway. Right now we're actually hanging out with Plano Green Team. You may recognize Plano because we talked to them back on day one. And they have gone through quite a few challenges so far and have overcome quite a few things. And I'm really excited to let viewers kind of know the determination and hard work that y'all have put into this week and where you're coming for so far. So first things first, let's just kind of do a little wrap up, right? We talked to y'all on day one. It's now day three, so quite a lot has happened, quite a lot of laps on the car, quite a lot of work has been put in. So would y'all just update me a little bit on what has happened over the past couple days and where, you know, what's the history of the car up to this point, and we'll get into kind of some of the stuff y'all have had to go through.
Well, one thing I will say is that over the last 3 days, we've had a lot of different issues come about our car, and there have been a lot of problems that we've done countless number of hours to try to fix and perfect our car as much as possible so that we can get as many laps out there. One of the biggest problems we faced was with our solar panels and our MPPT connections. We've spent almost 16 hours trying to fix those, make sure all connections are tight and that they're allowing our batteries to charge. And so I think what's been really helpful for this event is how many different teams, like the Kentucky Solar Car team and the Lisa Academy, have always been willing to help us out with our issues, and have always wanted us to be the best we can be, so that they have the opportunity to see us race as well.
It's really awesome to hear, and we can definitely dive into that a little bit more and what that looks like. Do you want to add on anything about kind of what the last couple of days have looked like for your team? And I know your car currently, which is really, really awesome. So just kind of filling us in about what's.
Yeah, so day one, we did 7 laps before our car just kind of stopped. And we didn't race yesterday either, so to get on the track today, it's been really great. And I mean, like you said, other teams have been helping us, and it's been really great, like Razorback and All Saints, so yeah.
That's really awesome. And again, we're all kind of cheering y'all on as you're getting back out there. I'd love to dive a little deeper into some of the issues y'all were having, because I know the car was off the track for a while, and you're figuring out a lot of things, and now your car's on the track, right? So talk to me a little bit about what happened and how you guys were able to figure out what was wrong and what you've done in order to get your car racing again.
Sure thing. So like Kathy mentioned, our first day, our car did have a breakdown on the first straightaway. And so after rescuing the car and bringing it back to the garage, we found that there was something going on with our battery connections. We saw that we had low voltage in our batteries. And so we would spend most of the rest of the day after the rain delays and everything to try to find out what's going on between the MPPT connections, the solar panels, and the batteries, on why they're not charging and why they're not connecting. And towards the evening hour, where the garage was about to close up, we did have teams like the Kentucky Solar Car team and the Lisa Academy come out and come look at our car and see if they could give us any input on why it was malfunctioning as it was. And by the end of the day, we were actually in a good position to start the next day almost racing again. But on day 2, we found new issues that our MPPTs were just not reading what they should have been reading at that time. And so we spent almost the entire day trying to fix and troubleshoot that to get that to work. And that's when we had the RAHS team and the Coppell team were also super helpful with us. And they were very patient as well, helping us see that maybe some of our one of our connections may have been a little too tight or even in the wrong place. And over time, we gradually decided to change the way that we arranged our solar panels and also the number of batteries we used in our solar panels to charge. And I think those fixes by themselves really did help us out. And the community that we have here at the Solar Car Challenge has been super helpful, very nice, very positive, and they've just been a great impact on us as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it really warms my heart to hear you guys listing so many teams that have been able to come out and help. And I've actually talked to a couple other teams today just about how important batteries are to the car. And now, as the heart of the car, it's really important to make sure the heart's pumping correctly, and how so easily something could go wrong with those batteries and it can really, really affect your overall performance. So it's great if y'all have been able to kind of dig a little deeper and figure out how that's been. And I was curious if maybe you would answer, what does it feel like to have so many other teams kind of come around to help support one another? And I'm sure y'all would also go back and do the same thing for any other team in any way you could. What is that like? Because a lot of people who've maybe never seen a Solar Car Challenge, they hear a race and they hear competition. But I feel like what we're hearing is there's so much more than just a competition. And I'd love to kind of hear your thoughts on how it feels to have this kind of community.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, we ask another team to help, and they're always there for us. And we're actually short on drivers, and so we have other drivers from other teams, like Kentucky and Capel and Prosper. And so it's so heartwarming, I guess, because we wouldn't be able to race really without those other teams and without all their help. So
It's really awesome, and it's kind of incredible that there are other teams helping get out there and getting in your vehicle to help you guys drive around as you're short on drivers, but still want to get those laps out on the track. And I think it's just really awesome to hear kind of that rebound story of being able to get you guys back out there. So that's really awesome. So let's forget about some of the problems we've been having, right? Like, that's in the past. It's now day 3. We're going to keep going. So tell me about today, how your car is driving. After all these things and these issues, probably not driving the way you were expecting to, right? Your car is not maybe what was anticipated. But let's talk about what we're doing now. Like I said, car's out on the track. What are you guys working towards, and how are you handling your car now knowing all these new things?
So when we first arrived to the race, our goal was today decided to try to reduce that goal a little bit. And so now we're aiming about just to get as many laps as we possibly can with as few as problems as we can too. We changed our battery system from a 48 volt system to a 36 one, which it won't give us as much power, but it definitely great to see. It hasn't failed at all today, and our voltage drops have been very minimal. Kathy, and having other drivers has been super helpful so that our driver can get a break at times, and that we're just able to keep on running and keep getting laps without having to worry about other breakdowns. Our car performance has been it's been a good sight to see after that.
Yeah, we're just trying to go slow and steady. We're just trying to have fun out here. Make money we can. That's really awesome. And like I said, it's great to see your car going around. And I love that you have that open mindset, that flexibility, right? And I feel like for a lot of us, real world engineering kind of is like that sometimes. You're not always expecting something to go the way it ends up going. And I think being able to be open and adapting to that, to overcome those challenges, is part of what makes you as high school students such incredible engineers for having this opportunity and this experience. I'd love to hear what y'all think about kind of going through this. Have you learned anything so far from the beginning of the race, maybe about yourself and how you handle these things, about your team, or even just about your car? What has been new for you, and what have you gained so far from this experience?
I definitely think this experience has given not just me, but everybody on my team a lot of insight into how teamwork and just hard work in general can definitely make a difference for stuff. Just putting in those man hours as much as you possibly can will always achieve a goal. Even if that goal may not be what you first had your eyes on, your goal will come to you so long as you're able to put in that work and know that you don't have to carry the weight by yourself. There's always going to be people there by your side.
I love that. I love that. What do you have to say? Yeah, I mean, I think we've all learned to always go the extra mile, always be the first one out on the track, the first one in the garage, and it's just something that really helps you later in life. So. Yeah, I mean, looking at myself, there's no way I'm going to be able to make an excuse for me anymore if I don't want to do a homework assignment. Watching y'all work so hard and really pour yourself into something you're dedicated about. So that's really and inspiring for those of us watching, and I'm sure a lot of our other live viewers also agree and are excited to be cheering you guys on. You talked about goals that you guys have for your team for the rest of the race, and we've still got the rest of today. We're kind of middle of the way through the afternoon, feeling better, feeling good on the track, and you've got all of yesterday. What are you excited about being able to finish this race? What has been maybe your favorite part about the race so far, and what have you just enjoyed being able to be out here for? I'll start with you. I mean, it's been so fun and so exciting being here. We're not as goal-oriented now. I mean, our one goal is just get the car and keep the car on the track. So, and, you know, it's been an eventful couple days. We've had a lot of injuries and a lot of stuff. So, we're just really happy to be on the track.
Yeah, definitely has been a big goal for us the past few days. But one of the biggest things that I've really liked about this experience is being able to bond more with not just my team and other teams, but also being able to bond with the judges here, because as we've learned since one of scrutineering, judges are always here to help us because they want us to be on the track. They want us to be able to test our car and to see how just putting in, for our team, just 6 weeks of work can turn into a car that's driving on the Texas Motor Speedway.
It's really awesome, and I'm sure the judges would really appreciate hearing that, so I really appreciate you bringing that up. I know, go.
Yeah, we'd also like to thank the medics because they've probably seen our team a few too many times.
That's awesome. I'm glad that all the staff is out here to support you guys and keep you racing. We were talking to one of our medical staff earlier today, and he said the most important things are the 3 H's: to be happy, to be healthy, and hydrated. So I'm glad y'all are out here doing that. I know it's nice and hot out here on pit row today. Sunshiny for our solar cars, so it's great to see you guys in bright spirits as you're working through a lot of these challenges. And I mean, I used to be a racer, but I still even am astounded by some of the things that these teams are able to come back from and recover for. And I will say, like, all of our viewers out there, I know you guys can agree with me on this, being able to build a car at all, being as old as you guys are, being in high school, absolutely insane and astounding, and you do deserve all recognition for even being able to
get the car on the track. No matter how many problems are involved, huge amounts of recognition, and I applaud you both and the rest of your team so much for that. Of course. And I do have a couple short little questions left before I let you get going. Like I said, I know it's hot out here. So I wanted to say, just kind of, obviously you guys have gone through quite a bit over the past few days we've talked about. I'd love to know if there's anything that you guys are taking from this experience that you feel like you'll be able to apply to and further in your life, right? Like graduating high school, maybe possibly going off to college, further education, careers, everything. What do you feel like getting out of being on Solar Car and also this experience here out on the track that makes this all worth it for you?
Mentioning graduating high school is a big one for me. I'll be heading into my senior year in the fall. And just learning so much about building a car and the engineering process definitely has shaped my view of engineering as in the engineering field in general. Being an engineer has always been a big dream of mine, and I think doing this challenge has really strengthened that goal for me. And it's just taught me a lot about hard work, teamwork, and just effort. And if you combine all three of those together, you can achieve almost anything you want.
It's really awesome. I love that. What about you?
Yeah, I think managing time is a really big thing. When we have such a small team, I mean, we only have 7 members, and one of them actually went home. One of those injuries we were talking about. So, yeah, I mean, with a small team and with a lot of work to do on the car, project management is something that's really important and something that we've been trying to focus on.
I think you might be one of the first members to kind of talk about that. I mean, I know a couple of team members have talked about how time is so important in terms of getting scrunched on time and working on a car. But I love that you were able to find some of those project management moments for your team. And I will promise, as a college student, it will come in handy. So that's really awesome. And I love that some of those soft skills that you guys were talking about were also very important to you. So that's really, really awesome to hear. One last thing before I let you guys get going. I'd love for you to be able to say thank you to anybody on the live stream. Be watching you guys and supporting you, especially through all your ups and downs and some of your obstacles that you guys have seen. So I'd love to just open this up to anything else you'd like to add.
I do want to say hi, Mom, and hi, Dad. I did tell them to watch the live stream just before I went on, so hopefully they're watching this. And also thank you to our mentors, Andy, Chris, Kevin, and Ben. Without their help, we would be nowhere right now. They've been incredibly helpful. And also a thank you to the Kentucky Solar Cats team, the Lisa Academy team, Prosper, Coppell, and almost every other team here, because they've just been super patient with us and just unbelievably helpful. It's just been such a great time out here.
Thank you so much. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, hi, Mom, and also happy birthday to my brother. Yeah, love you, Winnie.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. Join me in encouraging Plano Green as they're still wrapping around the track, having a great time. We have a lot of more cars joining the track as they're getting off their lunch break. So I will let them get back to all of their good business and all their good racing today. Best of luck. Stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. And that's all of us on Pit Row. We'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.
All right, we have the advanced car of Raceback Aviation about to pull out onto the track. They're actually battling for the lead right now with Iron Lions in the. It's going to be an interesting race to watch over the next day or so, as those two sort of duke it out for the lead and the ultimate win. It's a very sleek design on this car. So, how are you feeling about y'all's chances against the Iron Lions team?
We're feeling pretty confident. We just got to stick to our strategy and hope for the best. Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck. Were you wanting to say something?
Nah, okay. Pretty much. We're gonna stick to our strategy. We're gonna get back.
And there they go. All right, back up. So we got a car coming in. And now we have the Solar Cats actually coming in with the Solar Electric team. Looks like they're going in for a battery change now. All right, Mr. Ray, can you cut back? We're going to lose signal.
All right. Enjoying those smooth sounds here. We just got some nice music going on about an hour ago to help accompany our track footage, make it a little bit nicer. If you have any suggestions, let us know. So we are about ready to go to another interview, and we are going to be switching over to Covenant Christian and their advanced car. And give me a second to get them patched into the system here. And here we go. And folks, we are going live. Let's go say hi to Mackenzie and Covenant Christian.
Okay. Hi guys, welcome back. We're still on pit row. If anyone's shocked, I don't think they should be at this point. Still nice and hot, nice and toasty. I was checking into some of our medical tent earlier, and we're getting closer and closer to those 100s here on pit row, and then like high 90s. Currently, the track recorded at about 121 degrees already. So nice and toasty, good for solar cars, not great for people. So we're out here. We're back currently with our Covenant Christian Academy, doing well, and we're going to talk about their advanced car. If you remember from the last couple times we've checked in with them, they do have 2 cars on the track, their advanced car and their classic car. It's my understanding that the classic one has the little orange nose, and the advanced car has the blue nose, and that's how we can tell them apart, because other than that, they use pretty similar tactics for building the car with different internal components. And we already checked in with y'all about kind of what makes the cars different and how that works with the advanced division, having kind of, you know, those better batteries with the lithium ion and different things, and hub motors and so on. So that's been awesome. But we've checked in with y'all early on. It's now day 3 of the race. So we've been racing for a little bit, and I'd love to hear, just give me a bit of an update on how your car's doing, how's the advanced car doing, and is she running the way you expected her to be running at this point?
Well, this morning, not quite so much. Tommy has been our driver for most of the morning, and we just switched over to Jake, who is our current driver right now. But we ended up having 3 issues and where we needed to come off the track. The first one, we had a voltage issue with our battery. The second one, we had a flat tire. And the third one, we had another voltage issue, but we stayed on the track and kept running. So if you want to, Tommy can talk about the flat tire since he was driving the car.
Yeah, no word. Tommy hit me. How was that flat tire experience out on the track, I assume?
Well, at first, I was driving normally, and then the car started like shaking up and down a bit. And so I was slowing down just in case. And then once I was around like 10 miles per hour, the tires, it just blew out. And so I just swerved towards the wall so that the other cars coming wouldn't hit the car. So
Getting over to the side nice and safely, making sure, obviously, you're here. The car is doing better now. We're doing okay. So tell me, tire pop, we've had a similar conversation with another team, but I'd love to hear your perspective. When a normal car tire pops, right, like there's a certain way you go about kind of changing a tire that some people are probably going to be familiar with. What does it look like when a solar car tire pops? Is that more chaotic? What do you guys have to go through, and what does that look like for your team?
It was pretty chaotic because we, along with that tire, we changed the front 2 tires of our car, along with did some adjustments to the battery, and we were trying to do that we lost our brake time already because of our issues previously, and so we were trying to get back on the track as quick as possible. But on the tire itself, I mean, you have to jack up the car, you have to unscrew the screws, unscrew the locking pieces, and there's some spacers in there as well. Take that off, put new tires on both sides, and once you get that all back on and down on the ground, you have to realign the wheels because we were just driving on a rim for a little while. So yeah, it takes a lot of effort to do it.
Yeah, and it's pretty impressive that as students, you guys are able to kind of get in there, figure it out, get it as fast as possible. You mentioned talking about your break time. For those of you that are maybe newer and still catching up with some of this, with an advanced team, if you remember, we've talked earlier, they are required to take a 30-minute break at any point, but they aren't required to take it off during when all the other cars are forced to kind of remove. That way their division can keep running. So you already used up your 30-minute, which is good. You always want to get in your 30-minute break. But I definitely agree, getting your car back out on the track is always the #1 goal, and so you can keep going and keep on rolling. So that's really, really awesome. I kind of want to point on this. I've seen a couple things similar with some teams about how important having spares of things is. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what is your recommendation in terms of spares, and what can you never have too much of?
Don't mind. Tommy, do you have any tips?
So just predict how many you will need and just get maybe 10 or 15% more of it just as a backup, because something unexpected can happen. There could, like for tires, for example,
85
there could be
viewership.
something on the road that literally rips the tires and causes a flat. So, and not just it, what's it called, running dry or whatever. Just wearing off. So just having extras can be really helpful because you never know what might happen. So.
Do you want to add to any of that?
Yeah, well, and even extras of extras, because our advisor was originally planning to bring 2 extra 12 volts. Our cars run off, we made our own lithium-ion batteries, so we don't actually use normal blocky 12 volt batteries, and we was planning on bringing 2, but we brought a third extra, and we ended up using those for those 3, daisy chaining together and using those to run our auxiliary power.
Awesome, and a lot of engineering involved, and you're definitely right. From what I've heard from other teams and from my own experience when I used to race, having extra of the extra, like you said, is always important, because you really never know how much you're going to need. And it's pretty cool to think that, a lot like a NASCAR race, you're going to want extra tires, you're going to want to be prepared for anything, because we want to get back out on the track, just like any race, for any racer. So it's really great to hear. And like I said, your car's now driving, car's now going. I've seen some pretty cool snapshots out here on the track of both of your cars kind of coming around the bend together. And it's been really fun to see that. How is it being able to actually see your car up and going and having a good racing day? What does that feel like to be able to see the car that you guys have put so much work into out circling the track like that?
Well, it's great, especially since this morning we had plenty of sun last night, because that wasn't the case for coming up to day 2. But today has been great since we're able to use that power.
Awesome. Do you want to add to that too?
Well, I guess with our cars, just even while you're driving, it's just awesome to see your other car passing people. It's just an all-time great experience, honestly.
Yeah.
And sometimes passing us.
Having your own inter-team competition right there, that's always going to be fun. I'm sure that's a really great time. So now that your car is, driving, doing its thing, you said you were driving just now, hopped out. So glad we got the exclusive with one of our drivers. I've been asking this question to a couple of my known drivers, but I'd love to hear your perspective. What is it like to be able to drive on a NASCAR Texas Motor Speedway? How does it feel to be at a world-famous and world-renowned track?
Oh no, I guess just lucky, because not a lot of people get to experience this experience, because not a lot of people are NASCAR driver compared to the rest of the people. So just being able to drive on it, it's honestly just a great feeling.
Yeah, and I can't imagine, even as a high school student, being able to say these things and do these things is really, really awesome. And as your car is now circling and going around on the track again, I'd love to hear kind of how are you doing now? What's the confidence level now? And what are you guys kind of pushing to finish out your car? We're getting slowly but surely closer to the end of the race day today. What is your strategy for following up the race, and what are you guys hoping to do in terms of how you're driving your vehicle?
Well, we'd like to not completely run out our battery to have some for tomorrow, but we do as much as we can, because we did get a little bit extra battery power from coming off the track, and we charged it a little bit while we were fixing things and things like that. So we do have a little bit extra, and we plan to use all of that to try and come closer to our competition. So.
That's awesome. And I think that's an interesting thing, and not many people may be familiar with this, just because not as many people drive with those batteries. Kind of you mentioned about having, you don't want to wear all your batteries out today because you want to have some charge for tomorrow. Tell me a little bit about how that works just as a high level, right? Like, I know you guys get to put your cars out at the end of the day to try to capture the last bits of sun, try to capture a little bit of the morning, and then tomorrow being the last day, kind of being able to go all out on the track. What is it like in terms of recharging your battery, and what is the strategy on making sure you get enough charge? People who may not be familiar, they may not understand why you wouldn't just want to run down your entire battery by the end of the day.
Well, there just simply isn't enough time to charge. I mean, even with as efficient our arrays are, there isn't enough time to charge it back up to where we would need it to be for to continue racing during that end of the day and morning times. And so we have to leave a chunk to kind of, I don't know what that would be, a little spacer to kind of let us still be able to race well the next day.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think a really good insight for possibly other teams that might be looking at doing what y'all are doing, and any team that might be coming out to the track, just knowing that these things change and that you really have to kind of start to learn and work on your vehicle. And speaking of learning and working on your vehicle, I've been asking kind of a similar question. I think we've gotten some really interesting insight from teams. Now that we've started driving, the race has been underway for a couple days. Like I said, we've already checked in with y'all before, but I'd love to see now at this point, are there any things you guys have learned about your car, maybe learned about yourselves or your team, since kind of coming to the race and now that we've been on the track for multiple days? What has maybe been something that you weren't anticipating that you've picked up from this time?
I'll let Tommy go first on this one.
Well, first of all, our charge controller, our original one, the capacitor in it blew, which completely ruined our entire capacitor. So, charger. So luckily we had a backup just in case. Well, the backup we're currently using is from previous year. So I guess it's just always nice to have backups. So yeah.
That backup, that extra of an extra. I like it. What about you?
Definitely trying to keep calm, even though the situation may be, or around you may be extremely stressful. Because for at least us, in the morning, getting ready to start the race, we've been some of the last, even though we're one of the first teams to start the race, we're usually one of the last teams to get up there. And just getting all that down and staying calm and orderly during that time is definitely something I'm learning. And
yeah, I know. I like that. I think that's something I haven't heard from teams yet so far. So that's a really great insight to share with some of our viewers. I have a few more questions while we kind of brave the heat out here on pit row. Kind of looking at, you were talking about how you're figuring out how to stay calm under pressure, doing these things. And it kind of makes me wonder, just how real world experience this is. We've heard from a bunch of different teams about what skills they feel like they're learning from this experience. So I'd love to hear from you. How much do you think this type of experience compares to learning engineering in a classroom? And maybe would you recommend this to other students who are interested in engineering but maybe aren't yet on a solar car team, or schools that may not have a solar car team yet? Is this something that you would recommend as an engineering project?
Yes, I would recommend it extremely. Because for me, I'm actually not going in engineering. The rest of the people on our team are going into engineering, but I'm not. But coming from an kind of an outsider's perspective who's not planning to do this in the future, it's definitely something that would help in life and help propel you towards a beginning in engineering. Because a lot of the other teammates or team members of other teams that I've talked to, they know a whole lot about their cars and everything, and that would be a great start into going or engineering further in life. So.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And honestly, before I will get to you, but I did want to add, I think there's a lot of value in, even if you're not in engineering, the idea of like the engineering mindset and how to look at a problem and work through it. And like you said, staying calm and being flexible, and how to look at different things from different angles, I think can be beneficial for anybody. So I definitely agree with you. And I think there is a lot of value for members of teams that maybe aren't as engineering mindset and maybe are interested in business, or interested in marketing, or interested in communications, or interested in just about anything. So I think it's actually really valuable for you, regardless of what you may want to do in your future. So I applaud you for being a part of this, and I don't think there's any shame in necessarily not going into engineering, and I definitely think that you will be able to pull things from this. That's awesome. But moving on, I guess, what about you for your answer? How do you feel like you might recommend this to other teams, and do you feel like this is comparable to a real engineering experience?
Well, I would recommend this to others, people who are interested in engineering, because I myself am going to go into engineering. So solar car, like, it helped me get hands-on experience. We have advisors who can help teach us new stuff that we didn't know. And I feel like that would help us when we actually get to college and actually learn stuff, see how it applies, and then we can just recall back on our experience in building, actually racing, and just seeing how it works. I feel like it would be a great experience that you can draw from while taking classes.
No, I definitely agree. And for a second, if I'm willing, humor me for a little bit. I'd love to just hear a little bit from you talking about not going into engineering further. What things do you feel like propelled you to continue to be on the team, even not from an engineering perspective? And maybe what have you been able to get from this in terms of, is this worth it as an experience, regardless of if you have an engineering interest in the future?
Well, I first joined the team in 2019. I wasn't actually a part of the team up until that race, but they needed drivers. And so my friend was like, hey, you want to come drive for this race? And I was like, sure. And after that, I loved it. And so since then, I've been building the car and helping out with that. But it's definitely helped me be a little more, I'd say, organized and better with my hands, especially during the race. The race helps a lot because sometimes the days are slow in the workshop when you're trying to build the car, and can be a little annoying trying to get things together. But at the race, that's when things come fast and they come hard, and you got to be ready. So I think that's where, and the days leading up to the race, well, when you're last minute finishing things, and if you're not, if your car's not built by then, which has been for us. But yeah, that's what I think. So.
That's really awesome. I do have one more quick thing before I let you guys get back to your team, especially as we're getting into kind of the later afternoon aspects of this race. I asked some of your teammates this already, but I'd love to hear some of your perspective on this. Really not as much perspective, but just giving you guys the opportunity to say what you'd like to say. Is there anything else you'd like to add for our live stream, for our viewers? Maybe any thank yous you'd like to say? Any people you'd like to say hello to that may be tuning in and hopefully supporting you from behind the scenes even? It'll be great to just kind of give a shout out to anything you'd like to say throughout this race.
I'll let Tommy go first.
Tommy, sure.
Well, I'll give special thanks to the Caraways. So Jake got me into this program, so without him I wouldn't be here. So I would like to give thanks to him, and I would like to give thanks to my family who just supported me on the way here. So
That's awesome. I really appreciate it. Do you have anybody you'd like to say hello to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jake too, because he's the captain of our team, and he's really the one who pulls the strings on the advanced car and helps us get to where we need to go. But also, I guess, my family for coming here and supporting me, and even being up when I get home and having dinner sometimes. So yeah.
For sure. No, I really appreciate y'all sharing, and I know that there's a lot of support that goes behind the scenes into getting everybody here. So if you guys haven't noticed from the way our teams have been answering that question, thank you guys for watching and for being here supporting a team. It really makes it worth it, and I think being able to support these students is such an incredible thing to be a part of. So we want to thank everybody who's been watching along, cheering along, helping make sure you guys are fed, doing whatever you need to do to be able to get back out on that track. And with that, we will say thank you very much, and we will be seeing some more teams very soon. But I really appreciate it, Covenant Christian, and we will be talking to Covenant Christian again a little bit later. So stay tuned to hopefully check in with their classic car. Thank you guys so much. See you in a little bit.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you, Mackenzie, and Covenant Christian Academy. Now we're going to have a little more track footage, watch the cars going around the track, and in 10 minutes at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a conversation with the Holy Solars. That's right, the Holy Solars. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
We are getting off the pit lane. Doing good. Just lift it up. I'll put it on.
We're gonna have to bring him farther over.
And we have some excitement on the track. The All Saints team has popped a tire. Our camera crews are there covering it. Here we can see. There they are. They're actually blocking the entrance and exit to the track.
Good. There you go.
And there they are jacking it up. Let's see how quickly they can get this done.
That's big. I always have my safety coat. Are you good? John, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
That was fun. Yeah, at least you got the cat. At least you got the lap.
Yeah, at least I got the lap. I was like, let's make this last turn. Step. Right on the line. Yeah. Hey, Noah.
What's up?
This was the bearing that we did not fix, right?
This is
Yeah.
when we fixed it. I
Honestly,
can't get
yeah.
this on with a wrench. So can you get it on enough for us to roll down there? I can only get it. I can get on like half of that thing.
Yeah, why don't you go get the right wrench? We'll take a minute. Just get it pressed in.
Yeah, we'll have to fix that on the side.
So I don't want you guys to see more damage to the threads or the spindle or something.
We'll have to look at this side too, because it looks like it's popping up.
Stop. I was, yeah.
We all heard her too.
I need source of approaching track
And then it added.
That's pretty much dead. I'm gonna assess the source of water.
Was that the noise?
The cotter pin snap.
But that was extra. I don't know if there's extra or something on there that was pushing out on that nut, and that's what snapped that car. The first time we snapped the car.
They literally rolled it off.
Yeah. Okay, pull your mask up, Saul. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Get your tire too. We definitely lost the tube, but the question is if it exploded on the inside.
Brett, what's wrong with the
That noise was us.
Brett, how's the tire?
We had no idea. I mean, we would have.
What do you want to do at the track? Right now.
I heard that on our coverage radio. I know there's an overhead thing. That's good enough to drive these decal on the. It might get us down to the Taylor and go from this. Peter.
Bump. You see the threads on that, Joey?
Yeah, really bad. You feel like that. It's hot for sure.
All right. Well, that was some excitement there. Something that probably happens to just about every team at some point. Until then, let's get ready for our next interview. Our interview is with the Holy Solars. We just broke away from them, so it'll be a few more minutes before we get back. Until then, let's look at some continuing track coverage.
Awesome, hi guys, welcome back again. Still on pit row watching these cars go around the track. Starting to get into the evening sessions, or not evening, I guess, afternoon sessions of driving time for a lot of these teams. We are back with Holy Solars. If you remember us talking to them back on Monday. Brand new team, first year out, smaller size team, first time ever racing the Slow Car Challenge. And it's been really, really incredible watching you guys race. I'm going to rag on you guys a little bit. It's really impressive to see such a new team doing so well in this race. They've been really pushing the competition over in the Classic division, and it's been really awesome. I'm a bit of a fan. to see you guys do so well on your first year. Will you tell me a little bit about how the car's been doing? Right, we haven't checked in with you guys. When we first talked, no one had gone out on the track yet, so we're already on day 3. Tell me, how's it been?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for all the praise. It was definitely an experience first going out there. I was actually the driver who was first out there, and I had never actually driven the car on the track before, so it was a lot to get used to. There was a lot we had to learn in terms of telemetry, how we need to figure out, the best way to even relay our voltage, all of our measurements, but it's definitely fun. There's definitely a lot going on. The first time I was out there was a bunch of cars that were actually breaking down. Luckily, we didn't. And overall, we've been having a pretty good race, actually, which is surprising for us.
That's really awesome. I have a couple questions kind of based a lot of what you said. And as we see cars coming behind us, I know we've got a lot of activity, a lot of excitement. Like you said, new year team, you're learning a lot. You mentioned your telemetry, and I know we've talked to a lot of teams about how important some of these things are. How has that learning curve been? And what have you learned up to this point, if you're willing to go into a little bit more detail about how your car works?
Sure. Well, it's definitely a lot to learn. It's definitely not the easiest thing to learn. A lot of it is really just experimental. On the first day we did a couple test laps at 15 miles an hour just to start it off, see how quickly our voltage dropped. We realized that it's actually important to look at your amps as well. And yeah, we've been testing with different speeds, really trying to find the perfect speed at which we can sort of run off of the solar panels more than the battery.
Right, and that's awesome to hear, and great to hear that you guys are kind of feeling out your car the more you're going. Speaking of feeling out your car and how things are progressing very pleasantly for y'all, did you expect your car to perform this well when you guys first got here, or has this been kind of a pleasant and well-welcomed surprise for your team?
No, this has definitely been a pleasant surprise. We were expecting, obviously there's a lot of teams out here with a lot of experience, and being a new team, we didn't expect to do that well. I think we're leading overall right now. So we hope to keep that up. We've been refining our strategy. We've been seeing what other people have been doing, and I've been talking to some cars actually in different divisions, advanced, and everyone's very helpful. So it's really amazing. And yeah, we're just trying our best, and it's working out well for us.
That's really awesome, super awesome. And you guys have, like I said, a lot to be thankful for in terms of being able to come out and do so well. I asked you this question earlier, and I'm curious as to how that may change now that we're racing. I asked you guys if you had any, words of encouragement for new teams that are looking at coming out. We had just gotten done with scrutineering, right? So getting through those safety checks. Now that you've been racing, do you have any pro tips for any new teams now that you guys are going through it about racing the car out on the track and what that feels like for you guys?
Pro tip, drink a lot of water.
Good, I
Make sure you have extra water in the car. Make sure you have a fan that blows on your face all the time. It's definitely hot out here. And yeah, you just have to pull through, and it's pretty fun, so it's definitely worth it.
That's awesome. I'm really appreciative that you guys are sharing some of the new things you're learning. And talking about sharing, you mentioned how a lot of the other teams have been really supportive, which is really awesome, and we've heard that kind of echoed for a couple different teams. I'd love to hear you talk about more about kind of being able to see the other cars and experience other things. I don't know how it is up for the Holy Solars back at home, but I'd be willing to guess you don't get a whole lot of interactions with other solar car teams where you're from. So what is it like kind of being around by a whole bunch of other people that have gone through similar things that y'all have gone through?
Yeah, it's really amazing. Being from Connecticut, there's not many solar car teams that come down here from the Northeast for sure. And we really didn't know what other solar cars would look like. So being able to be around all of these other solar cars, you start thinking about things that you can improve next year for sure. And yeah, speaking on people helping us, I just remember off the top of my head, we were having some maybe overheating issues. Other teams tried helping us, and they offered to reprogram our motor controller. So it's really helpful, and it's an amazing environment to be around for sure.
That's really awesome, and I'm glad to hear the echo of just community for all of our teams out here on the track. And like I said, we got the wind going. Got our full brimmed hats to keep us from getting sunburned. Like you mentioned, you're from a little up north in comparison to here. Right. Pretty hot, staying hydrated. I'm glad you're drinking water. And as your car is going around and around the track, you're talking about how you're refining your strategy and doing all these things. We're getting to the end of day 3. How do you anticipate day 4 is going to go, and are you excited to kind of round out this race, regardless of how well everyone is able to perform? It's got to be a huge achievement to be able to come here and finish and drive off your own power. So tell me kind of how that feels for your team.
I mean, it's really amazing. Just being able to drive a car that you built yourself on a NASCAR track is just amazing by itself, but to be able to compete and just be excited about how competitive our division is. I mean, I think the difference right now is only 10 laps between first and last, so it's really exciting. It really gets your blood pumping, and yeah, I mean, I'm just super excited to, hopefully we don't break down, but yeah, it's really exciting to end it off.
That's really awesome to hear. I think on that note, I know we're talking about you and we're talking about your team, and you're doing great being a spokesperson for your team, so they should be very proud. But racing, you've got out here, you've done all these things. I know you've learned a lot about your car, but I was curious if you've learned anything about yourself, and maybe as your team kind of grown through this experience. I know personally, I know that I was pushed to a lot of my limits during Solar Car, and I learned just how much farther they go. So I'd love to hear just kind of about your personal experience and what you've taken from this so far.
Yeah, I mean, really what I've taken is really just like trying to be the best teammate you can. Obviously, there are some times that you can get frustrated. Things might not be going your way, but you always just have to be positive and really help your teammates out. And by doing that, you're going to get your teammates helping you back. So that's really what I've taken from it. And yeah, I'm really excited.
That's really awesome. I'm glad those team bonding skills are paying off. Obviously, I can tell as your car's going. Speaking of your car, I'm actually watching it as it's slowly kind of going through the front straight, going ready to pass the finish line, cruising through, doing good. Super awesome to hear that y'all are doing even better than you expected to do, and it's been really awesome. And you said you've driven the car on the track now. Would you be willing to share with some maybe NASA fans out there, NASCAR fans, thank you, or NASA fans, you're more than welcome to be a fan of both. What is it like to drive a car that you've built out on the track? Just what comes to mind when you think about how it was getting out there the first time?
I don't know how to, I mean, I might not be able to describe it. It's just really amazing. I mean, like just seeing your car being able to, like, it's working, it's driving, you're pressing the throttle and it's moving. It's just an amazing feeling. And I just finished a 3-hour shift in the morning. It's definitely tiring, but just knowing the fact that you built it and it's out there racing is just an amazing feeling.
It's really awesome. I have just a few more questions for you because I know it's hot. We're both sweating. But I wanted to know, just because, again, we were talking about how you guys are going through so many things. You're a brand new team. You're doing a whole lot. And I remember kind of talking when we first met about how you guys have overcome a lot of things to be able to get here. I think we all have with COVID, with finding new members of the team, with all these things. What would you maybe say to people out there who are interested in possibly joining a team, especially from a new team perspective? I asked you a little bit about that prior, if you'd share some words of encouragement possibly for new teams. But now that you're out on the track, you've shared me your pro tip, but do you still think this is worth it? What has your experience been? And for someone who's maybe like, I don't know, is Solar Car for me? I don't know if I'm smart enough. I don't know if I'm capable enough. What would you say to those people?
First of all, it is very much worth it. I would totally recommend it to anyone. It's nothing about being an engineer. I mean, obviously it's going to help if you're an engineer, but if you just want to, if you're interested in it, I would say join it, because there's different aspects to it. There's a whole communication side to it. There's a whole engineering side to it. So you can really focus in and cater to your aspect of interest. And for me, that was for engineering, but for others on our team, it wasn't. So really, I would say it's for anyone. If you want to start a team, it's obviously it's a little harder than joining an existing team, but I would say still go for it. Find a teacher who is also interested. You can, even if you don't finish by the time of scrutineering, you can definitely still keep going on the next year. And there's no cons to it. You can only gain from it. I've learned a lot about engineering. I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about solar cars in general. So yeah, I would say go for it.
That's really awesome. I appreciate you sharing that. It's great to hear, and it's great to encourage those teams, especially some of the ones who weren't able to make it after the kind of hectic year that a lot of people have had. So those words of encouragement are amazing. And speaking of words of encouragement, before I let you go, I'd love to know if there's anything you'd like to say to our viewers that are live and people who may be able to watch this later. Are there any thank yous that you'd like to say, any hellos, anything else you'd like to say on behalf of your team, just to kind of signal us out before the end of the race? I know we're going to be watching for the Holy Solars as they go around and cheering them on, but I'd love to open this up to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's watching us, who's supporting us from home. Obviously, most of our team couldn't make it out here. So just thank you to everyone who's watching us, who's supporting us, and thank you, Kent, for really making this possible for us.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. The Holy Solars all the way up from Connecticut, having a good time, driving around. Like I said, cheer them on as you see them on the live screen and the live show that we've got. So I really appreciate you guys sparing a little bit of time, but I will let you get back to being a great team member and really just showing how much a new team can do for the rest of this challenge. So I really appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and sign off and say we'll get back to y'all later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mackenzie. That was the Holy Solars. And coming up in a few minutes, we're going to talk to the team from Coppell, Texas. So stay tuned for our talking with that team, with the Coppell team. And right now, we're going to go trackside, see how the cars are doing. And then shortly after the Coppell interview, we're going to talk to the same team that we saw that had the flat tire and follow up with them. Thank you very much.
again. You've noticed I've been saying we're back on pit row, so not much has changed from that. However, that is a pretty exciting thing to say with Coppell. It says it's on. Good practice round.
Oh, I guess my little thing died. Damn it. I don't have it.
I can keep talking a little bit to make sure that things are going all right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
My.
It'll be good. Yes, the microphone is in fact
Okay.
Sorry, we're getting
You want me to run to get the USB connector thing?
That's all right.
Yes.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
So we were all going through it.
Yeah. You guys have technical difficulties.
Okay, hang on, guys.
No worries.
This is dead.
Oh, it's dead. She's dead. Here, let's stand in the shade so we're not standing.
Yeah, stand the shit.
Is this portion, these videos live, or are they?
Hurry up, you gotta grab it.
Okay, I'm talking check 1, 2, check 1, 2, testing, testing. I can project a little louder if you need me to. I just don't want to make him scream. So, how does this sound? I am talking now. Hello, hello. We are at Texas Speedway. It is pretty dang hot. I've been sweating pretty bad. I'm excited to get back to my water bottle sometime soon. I think that'll be exciting. I mean, I guess it's good for the solar cars, but you know, sometimes it's a little much for the people on this side of things. So I can't complain on the solar car side of life because day one was a little rough in terms of weather for everybody. I feel like, I don't know, I mean, including us with all the rain delays. It's no fun. Like, I like the cooler weather, but I don't really want the rain that comes with it. You know, I guess kind of the rain starts it. So just gotta kind of figure out where the balance is, I guess.
Right, but today it seems like there's a lot of good competition.
That's true. Everybody's been picking it up. I think it's fun seeing all the teams kind of competing back and forth and helping everybody else out. But also, like, I feel like if there wasn't a competition, it wouldn't be as much fun because you wouldn't push yourself once you're already on the track, you know? So I think it makes for a healthy kind of fun thing to settle on. Deserves an extra cookie. Alrighty guys, so we are on pit row, and we're on pit row most of the day today, but this specific interview is very exciting because we're back with Coppell, and as you notice, we're not in the garage, we're on pit row. Their car is now up and running, driving quite well up on the track from what I can see, moving right along in the EV division, and we're here with a Coppell member to talk a little bit about how y'all are doing now. So just to kind of start off, will you fill us in, remind us, some of us maybe new, about what went wrong on the car and what you guys have been working to try to figure out how to fix over the past couple days?
Right, so right after our scrutineering process, we started to get a lot of problems, especially with our front wheels, and our car just could not move very fast. It just started chunking and things started contacting. Eventually we got it figured out, something wrong with our suspension system. There was a bolt that was bent. We got a brand new one in there, and now the car has been running smoothly. I was driving earlier today and we got upwards to 30 miles an hour, but we like to rest somewhere in the 20 to 24 mile an hour range so we can get those battery swaps nice and well.
And Coppell's not a new team by any means. Coppell's been around for a while, and this car has been around this track before and has performed fairly well, and as you can see by today's stats, can perform very well with the top competitors. So it's always a big deal to see the car kind of coming back on and performing like we're expecting it to. Have you felt like the car has been, now that we're back out and running again, has the car been performing in the way that you guys were wanting it to perform from the very beginning?
Yeah, we're doing great. We're getting out on the track. We're keeping up. I mean, I think right now for total laps today, we're tied, or pretty close to tied with, what's the name again? The top team right now, which is Iron Lions. We're pretty close, maybe a couple laps off. And actually, that's us right now. We're going on the track. See you later, Outlaw 3. That's the name of our car.
Just gotten back from battery change,
Yep,
huh?
yeah. So we're doing pretty good. That was a fairly quick one. Right back on the track. So we're doing great.
A great little send-off for the car. Great to see you guys doing well and moving nice and fast. I know we talked a little bit about kind of what makes an EV car unique and what makes your car unique. So I wanted to mention something because I got to watch this earlier today, which was kind of fun. Some of you may not know, but the EV cars are actually challenged to do interesting little challenges throughout the race. And they're given fun little tasks that they can complete, and by doing so get laps for them, rewards. So you tell me a little bit about why do we have challenges and what do you think is the purpose of challenges? And then we can talk about what your challenge was today.
Right, so in our division, our car is supposed to mimic the everyday vehicle. A lot of these cars you look out here, they're race cars. They're meant to be here on the track. But our car's design is supposed to be mimicked to be your everyday vehicle, to take someone out, go get some dinner, to go to work, whatever. And so for our challenge today, we had to escort actually the man who's holding the boom right now back to the media booth so he could do some work. So we just took him right off pit row straight to the media center. We had a nice little conversation about our car and how it works. And just to demonstrate the practicality of our car. All practical vehicles need to hold passengers and take people from point A to point B, and that was pretty successful today.
That's really awesome and really fun to see you guys complete those challenges. Sometimes on the road race, they're able to do some fun challenges, and I've heard from some of the other EV teams how fun it is to go through like a restaurant drive-through or doing all kinds of funny things. So it's always great to see them out there emulating that real-world environment like you're talking about. So that's really, really awesome. I wanted to mention, you know, we have a couple other EV cars on the track, and you're talking about how the competition has been really great between a lot of the cars, and they're all performing fairly well. Can you tell me a little bit what it's like to be surrounded by some of the other EV cars and other teams on the track, and what's it like to be able to hang out and talk with some of them?
It is so great. On the track, we're really competitive. It's all about getting that extra lap a little bit quicker. But off the track, we're always ready to help each other. The environment off the track is so great, so helpful. I mean, in our garage alone, I've borrowed a tool from at least every team. And a lot of teams have come to us borrowing different tools and stuff, and just advice, including next year we're planning on building a brand new car and just getting advice about how to sprawl out into new divisions and things that went well in their car. So it's just very helpful off the track, and there's good competition on the track.
That's really awesome. I heard a little rumor earlier from Plano team that y'all were even able to provide a driver to help them out. Tell me a little bit about what that's like, and why is it important to you guys to be there for other teams?
Well, like I said, it's all about, we're all here together. The competition is great, and that's the reason why we're here, is to compete. But if a team isn't able to compete, then it's not very fun. You know, if you're just the one car on your own, going around the track, you know, that's great. You know, you're gonna go fast, you don't have to pass any cars, that's pretty good. But there's no reason, you're not there to compete. And so off the track, you gotta help each other so that you can compete, so there's competition. It's more fun that way.
It's awesome to see you guys kind of creating those communities and reaching out with one another and talking. Like I said, you had a bit of a slower start, but I've seen how the car's been performing recently, and it's been really awesome to see her up and moving again. Tell me, have you been able to be in the car on the track so far? And what's it like having a two-seater on the track? Because I know we've talked to some teams that have been drivers, and I think it's unique to have two people going around all at once. And what does that feel like?
Well, I will say it is nice to have some company. It does get very hot on the track, and just to share your mutual heat exhaustion a little bit, you know, nice healthy amount. It is nice just to have someone with you to make sure you're all safe. Additionally, it's nice to have another person with you, just have another set of eyes on the road. Like I said, there's a lot of hot competition here. There's a lot of cars passing, and just having another set of eyes in the rear is really helpful to make sure everyone's safe. So besides that, it's a really nice just to have another person in the car. It is a little challenge to have that extra weight in, but given the situation, I think it's very helpful to have him in the car.
That's awesome to hear. And I know for a fact that you are a senior, you're just graduating, kind of going through those lifestyle changes here, looking forward to the future. So tell me, what is it like to have grown up kind of with the team, kind of seeing yourself starting off young, moving forward in the ranks, maybe in leadership and knowledge. Tell me, why is it interesting to kind of be a part of a team for so long, and why are you still here? You know, what has kept you around?
Well, it's always about the competition. Funny enough, this is my first race here, and it's been great. I've always wanted to come to the race, but I've always just been too busy. I've done so many other extracurriculars, but now that I'm finally here, it's been great. What I personally like about being in the team environment and just being sort of higher up on the totem pole is I can really be a teaching hand, especially with this new generation. Like I said earlier, we're trying to build a new car, and so I'm just trying to get everyone thinking about what things we need to do, and right here is the place to ask questions. There's so many people around. Like I said earlier, now is the time to ask questions and to experiment and to workshop with other teams and find out what worked and what didn't. So what I would say my most enjoyable experience on being on the team is just sort of being mentor position, teaching other people how to weld or how things in the car work, and then how designs here can be implemented into our new designs to make sure that we have the best car possible.
That's really awesome to hear, and I'm glad you brought up one of the most enjoyable experiences for you on the team, because I'd love to hear more enjoyable experiences from you. Now that the car's out and racing, now that we're on day 3, we've been in the thick of it for a little while in the heat. I'd love for you to share kind of what maybe one of your favorite memories has been so far of the race. Going all the way back from checking in through scrutineering all the way here, what have you enjoyed the most about being out on the track?
Well, those first 3 days of scrutineering, they were pretty stressful, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, we had some problems, we were still trying to figure it out, but we were able to pass scrutineering. Our car was tough enough, and we made it through. And on the first day, we only got 1 lap. We were still figuring out these problems, but on that second day, we finally figured it out. And once I saw that we had 7 laps on the board, I was just completely relieved. I was just so happy that we were able to compete, because that's why we're all here. We're all here to compete, try to see who's the best, and ultimately help each other out. We got a lot of help fixing those problems, and now that we're able to compete, it's great. I can't tell you how many teams have come up to me personally and say, I'm so glad to see you on the track. I'm so relieved to see you there. It's so great to see you going past and actually completing laps, and it's great. And we're not only completing laps, we're competing. So it's just great to be a part of the competition.
That's really, really awesome. And for those of you kind of tuning in live, just as a heads up, Coppell's car is, as we said, an electric solar car. So keep an eye out on the cars that don't have any panels, like the one that just passed behind us. Coppell's car, in my opinion, looks a little roundish, kind of like a big bubble moving around. So definitely be cheering them on as you see, especially for a nice rebound comeback story for our teams. Sometimes in engineering, that's kind of how it works. You know, things, you put it up, you plan a lot, but there's always unforeseen problems. So really, really awesome to see the team kind of pull back together, get a really awesome competitive car back out on the track after a faulty first start, and really see kind of spirits high on the team. I'd love for you to share just a little bit about what it's like to be a member of the team, kind of where is the team mentally? Are y'all having fun? How is it kind of getting everybody out here again this year?
Oh yeah, we are having so much fun now. We're always ready to just be ready to do battery swaps with our division and looking out for those challenges and just where we can get that extra mile or that extra lap or get that extra voltage on our charging. So it's been great to actually be able to compete. Our team's mental is through the roof. We couldn't be more excited to compete and just glad to be here.
It's really awesome to hear, and like I said, beyond thrilled to see everybody out on the track. This morning, after a lot of breakdowns from a bunch of different teams, not just Capel, we actually were able to have every single car out on the track this morning, which is such a relief. And kind of like you were saying, we all want all the cars to be able to compete. So it's really awesome to kind of see everybody come together and put their heads down and work on ways to get everybody out on the track again. Well, we've got the car moving, life is going well, monitoring stuff well, your speed's looking great. What are you hopeful for the last day of the race being tomorrow? We're kind of late into the afternoon, going to slowly get closer to the end of the race today. What do you have in store? Do you guys have any goals through the rest of the race, and what are you proud to be finishing with?
Well, I am so proud of my team and just all the other teams who have been able to help us just to get us back up on the track. We're just all so proud. I'm so proud of my team especially. I know we were very stressed and sort of got a little angsty with each other, but now that we got it all worked out, I'm just so proud of you guys. But our goals, there we go, we just completed a lap right there. And that's I think our goal. Like I said, on the first day we only were able to get 1 lap, so in the overall competition maybe we're not going to be able to get quite up to first place, but I think there's a good chance we'll be able to get a daily win on the most amount of laps in one day for our division. I think that's completely in our scope and definitely in our sights. If it's not going to be today, it might be tomorrow. So that's going to be our goal for now.
Sounds like just performing to the best of your ability and all that you can, and that's always a great goal to have, right? To drive the car on its own power, getting as many laps as you can, performing the best you can. And I'm sure everybody back at home in Coppell is really proud to be cheering you guys on and happy to see you guys overcoming those issues and getting right back out on the track. Before I let you get back to your team, as it's nice and hot out here, I would love to open this up into anything else you'd like to say, any thank yous you'd like to give, people supporting you back at home, people that have been here to help cheer you on. Just opening it up to you to any last words you'd like to say before we wish you the best of luck through the rest of your race.
Like I said earlier, our team had a lot of problems, and there was a lot of stress on our team overall. And I just want to say again that I'm so proud of our team and all the other teams who were able to support us during our time of need. It's just so great that we were all able to come together and finally get it to work. So just thank you guys so much for your time and just to get a little stressed, but not too stressed, right? Also, I want to thank. That's all I really want to thank. I mean, it's just been such a blessing to be in such an environment where everyone can come together, even though the competition is so tight. It's just been, we're just so grateful to be in this place.
Yeah, and I'm sure having all your sponsors, all your parents encouraging you guys out here has been really awesome. It's great to see your team here after what has been probably an interesting past year or so.
Right.
So it's great to see you guys out there, and I appreciate you kind of giving a shout out to your team. It's really, really great to hear. how that's going. And best of luck to the rest of your race. Best of luck to your team. Best of luck to your car. And I really appreciate you taking a little bit of time to come out with us on this very warm day to chat a little bit more. And again, very proud of you guys for getting back out there on the track and overcoming some of those problems. So I really, really appreciate it. We can say thank you and goodbye.
Bye.
And I'll be back a little bit later with some more teams. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you very much. Again, that was Coppell Solar. And next up at 4 o'clock, we are going to have Covenant Christian and their classic car division. So Covenant Christian's up at 4. Until then, let's catch some cars on the track.
Hey guys, we're back again pretty fast. Quick turnaround. We've got a lot of teams out here. We want to get through everybody today, especially as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day for our third day of racing. It's absolutely insane that it's already day 3. I don't know about y'all, but it's been going by very fast. And I know it's been going by fast for y'all because your car has been going very fast, which is always a good thing. Yeah, of course. We're back with Kevin and Christian. We talked with you guys, well, not you two specifically, but we talked with your team a little earlier, focused on your advanced car and some of your more advanced team. But now we're back again with your classic car, which has been a really well-performing car through most of this race. It's been really exciting to see you kind of go back and forth. We talked a little bit earlier, we caught up with you guys before this, but now that we're back again, I'd love to just kind of hear, both of you are welcome to chime in. How has the experience been? Day 3, how's the car running? Any updates for those of us that are cheering you guys on?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been going pretty great so far. We had some struggles yesterday, and I mean, it's been a really tight race with Wiley, but I mean, just gotta love the friendly competition and just, you know, having a close race within 6 laps or so, you know, the whole time overall. Really.
That's awesome. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
It's been great. After racing this morning, it was super fun having someone to like keep up with and, you know, wave to, and just, it's always nice to have friendly competition.
That's really awesome. We did talk to Wiley yesterday afternoon, kind of around the similar time span, and they had a lot of the similar things to say about how having another team to push you along has really made it really interesting, and I'm sure interesting for viewers as we cheer both teams on in their efforts. Tell me, have you guys had any issues or complications with your car, or have you pretty much performed in the way you were expecting to perform this race?
Well, today we had some issues. We were lining up to the track, and we were a little bit delayed putting on our beautiful bubble cockpit. But it is quite a struggle sometimes, so we were delayed by 20 minutes. But other than that, we've only had auxiliary battery problems, and those were fixed right away.
That's awesome to hear. And you know, there's always going to be a little something that goes wrong. I don't think I've ever met a team who's never had any problems whatsoever on the track. So it's great to see you guys kind of putting yourselves together, working it out, getting right back out on the track, and doing your best today. I've seen how your car is moving. I've seen how you guys have been performing. Can you tell me a little bit about your strategy on the vehicle? We've talked a little bit before about this, but on your classic car, which has been around for a bit and has successfully ran in multiple races, what is your mindset?
Attention, a support vehicle is now on the track.
What is your mindset as you're putting the car out there on the track to race, and what are you guys kind of looking for every day when you get out there to race?
Well, I mean, just first to say, this is our brand new car, so this is our advanced classic car, and we just finished it a few days before the race started, so we were kind of
big correction on my part. We're running with it as we've got it, guys.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of experience. We did have our classic division car from 2017, and the same car for the road race in 2018.
Gotcha.
But I mean, it's been going well. I mean, the race strategy has been, you know, pretty well implemented, and we've been able to maintain a pretty consistent speed and gauge our voltage.
Awesome. And remind me, what are you guys' years in terms of in grades, and how long have you guys been on the team so far?
So she's going into senior, and I'm going into my junior year.
Okay.
But I started working on the advanced car back when it was first being built, around when I was going into 9th grade. So it's since 2019.
So it sounds like you guys have been kind of growing up in the solar car, and you're going into your senior year. So I'll come back to you on that, but going into your senior year, you know, you've probably got a lot you're looking into, right? You know, you're starting to look at colleges, starting to look at what you might want to do afterwards. Senior year can be a little big, so tell me about how you're sticking with solar car, why solar car is important to you to keep racing with, and what does solar mean to you?
Well, this was actually my first year at this school and in solar car, and I kind of joined to get more experience in engineering because I want to go into engineering. I'm not sure what department or what the specifics are, but I definitely joined to just enhance my engineering skills and learn more and get a little basis before I start college and everything. And it's definitely been very interesting. I've learned a lot so far, and I'm really happy to be on this team.
That was good. I was going to say, my next question was going to be, well, have you learned anything? If that was your intent upon joining, what do you feel like you're pulling out of this?
Be advised, there's a slow-moving support vehicle on turn 3.
Things are always happening on the track, guys.
I've definitely gained more, knowledge about tools in general because starting out I had no idea about any type of tool really. So it's just been nice to be able to work on something and actually know what I'm working on and know what I'm doing with each tool.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, awesome. And kind of back to you again, you're talking about how you've been a part of this team for a while now. So kind of as you've gotten older, you've obviously stuck with it. What about you? What are your motivations for kind of being a part of this team, and has it been worth it for you as you've been growing up slowly but surely surrounded by this competition?
Oh, it's been very much worth it. I mean, even when I was coming in, I was in the same boat as Paige. Didn't really know much, and I didn't know what department I really would want to go into, engineering. But it's been a great practical, hands-on learning experience. Just being able to apply anything that you've learned, like just in the classroom or in a textbook, and you get to really see it come to life on the track.
That's really awesome, and I love that visualization because I totally agree, especially for those of us that are hands-on learners. I could complain, but I really like the breeze, guys, as it's nice and hot out here. But yeah, hands-on learners, really visual, and being able to kind of really make something that you have to show for yourself is really incredible. I'd love to know kind of how proud of you, how proud are you guys of this year, what you've been able to accomplish? I know a lot of teams have gone through a lot of things, and we've talked to a lot of teams about how COVID has impacted the team. And now that we're kind of coming towards the end of race day 3, got one more big day left until the finale. How are you feeling, and how is the team feeling for all this accomplishment?
So yeah,
the support vehicle is now off the track.
Guys, there is a support vehicle, and it needs to calm down so that we can do our interview.
So yeah, when building this advanced classic car, since it had not been, it wasn't in existence 15 months ago, and COVID definitely kind of played a part in delaying that. So it definitely took longer than we predicted. But it all came together, and we were able to persevere through the troubles and being able to social distance and all that.
You mentioned coming together, and I'd love to hear both of your perspectives on this. Through sometimes having struggles and also through having success on your car, in what ways do you feel like your team is working together, especially as you have 2 different vehicles? And I know that kind of splits you into 2 different sides of vehicles and expertise, but how has your team been as a whole, and how has your experience been kind of working through some of these problems?
It's honestly been really great. Everyone on our team gets along. We're all very close, so we can always ask each other questions, collaborate, and just work together on basically anything. And the advisors are also great. They keep everyone together, they keep us organized. And COVID has been hard for this team, of course, in the past year, but I think we're just really happy that we get to be here together, and we're just really glad that we actually got to race.
So do you have anything you'd like to add about just how the team dynamic is going?
No, I think you mentioned in the other interview with the advanced car, we're kind of a joint team. We really work together on both cars. We're both pretty knowledgeable about both cars, and then the only real part where we split up is really the race, and our telemetry teams and all that, and keeping it separate teams on the car. It's really the only time we split up.
That's really awesome, and I'm glad you guys are able to have kind of that support system for the team on both sides. It's really awesome to see. And as your car's kind of going around, you're doing well in your advanced classic division car that is brand new, that I'm learning all these new things. I'd love to hear about how you guys are going to be going into the last day of the race, right? And I know a lot of teams have kind of goals for how they want to finish, whether it be car performance or whether it be as a team, kind of how you guys want to walk off with that pride of being able to finish. What are you guys looking forward to about being able to finish the race? And do you guys have any goals in place for your team?
Of course, everyone wants to come in first. Who wouldn't want to? But I think it's just amazing that we were even able to come out. So I think no matter what position we end up placing in, I think it would have been a great experience no matter what.
It's really awesome. I love that attitude. Do you have anything to add to that question?
Yeah, just the great experience part. No matter how we place or how we do, I know that our team is gonna build a special bond because of this race. Just us who we are, and that we even got to race on this track together.
That's really awesome, and I'm really glad that that's kind of the experience you guys are pulling from this, and I love the attitudes. Even while it's hot, we're all thirsty. Things that we're going through a lot, so it's awesome to see how incredible are these teams for having such a great attitude and really just working through it. I know I'm talking to a bunch of people live right now, and I know for a fact that everyone is so proud of each and every one of these teams, including y'all. as we continue to cheer for you guys, looking for both cars and how they're performing. I wanted to open up a little bit of extra time before our interview was done, right as we were getting ready to slowly start pulling cars off the track soon. Not too soon. You got a little bit more racing to go. But I'd love to hear if you guys have any hellos that you'd like to give to anybody who might be watching, any thank yous that you'd like to say on behalf of your team, any last advice for other teams maybe that are out there and watching you guys as you race around. Anything, I'd like to open it up to you guys.
I mean, really, the advisors. I mean, they are what powers this team, and all teams, really. I mean, I just want to thank the Careways especially. I mean, the amount of time that family has dumped into both cars. I mean, you know, parents and children have just put into the cars that, you know, to get this running has been, I mean, just amazing to see. And any advisor who has, you know, lent us advice at all and has showed up for the race and just put in all these hours, you know, to help us get to that, you know, final marking.
Awesome. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just again, thank you so much to the advisors. Y'all have done so much for us, not only caring for us with the car and just helping us along the way, but also helping us as people and just helping us remember that winning is not our foremost goal, and you know, we still want to have that bond and we still want to get that experience.
That's really awesome. And like I said, you guys have been doing so well. You have a lot to be proud of. I will let you guys get back to your team so that you can keep on racing and keep on getting ready for tomorrow as we round out the end of the track. We do have one more interview with another team coming up after this before all the cars start getting off the track. But then thanks again. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. We could all say goodbye to the camera and we'll good luck to Kevin and Christian for the rest of their race. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mackenzie. That was Mackenzie and Covenant Christian. All right, now we have the Shine runners up at 4:30. So in another 20 minutes, we're going to have an interview with the Shine Runners team. And let's go back to the track and see what's going on there. All right, so now we're going to have Jacob, who is in the garage area, looking at a car here and with appearing to have some pretty serious problems. He is going to show us what that's all about. All right, take it away, Jacob.
Okay, so we're here with the All Saints team. They had a little bit of a snag earlier when their wheel fell off, but it seems like they got that situation under control. And I'm here with 2 team members and the team captain, I've been told. And we're just going to talk about their car some. So first, do you want to talk about the shell and what it's made of and how you made it, I guess?
So our shell is made of fiberglass. Oh, yeah. And it's like 4 layers. Layered in different thicknesses, like thick, thin, so it's more durable, not sturable. And we just made like a mold out of foam and did that in about a month because we had to change our plan because our other plan was taking too long. So.
And what was your original plan that you had to change?
We were going to fully encase it in fiberglass, but we spent about 4 months on that, was nowhere near done. So we went with this, which turns out pretty well, we think. Held up a flip.
Well, and do want to ask about that, but I want to clarify that we're here with All Saints, if I didn't get that earlier, in the Advanced Classic division, is that right?
Advanced.
Okay, the Advanced division. So is there anything else you can talk about, like the solar panels maybe? Or I could ask him. Maybe I should ask him. You're mechanical, right? All right, do you want to talk about the steering? Because I know y'all flipped earlier.
Oh, this is fun. Okay, so basically what happened was, to start off, we wanted to go lighter. So we did a Pitman steering system, which is more common on like go-karts and small things like that. So it's really responsive. So whenever we first got it out there, testing around before we even got here, we almost flipped the car going about 10 miles an hour. So we ended up adding steering wheels, blah, 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 blah. And then it was still bad, so we changed it to now it is a rack and Pitman steering system, which is kind of just what's on regular vehicles, everyday vehicles. So that helped a lot.
Okay, and y'all flipped. Was that yesterday that you flipped?
It was the first day that we flipped.
Okay, so
Under the car right now. Basically what happened was he was going around that back corner to the back straight, and he had to correct a little bit to the right, and the right side training wheel dug into the ground and didn't actually roll. It kind of just dug there and added a lot of friction. And so it drug it and it flipped down onto its right side, and he spun basically in a 360 and then some, skidded about 15 feet, and it was facing that way, kind of perpendicular to everybody else. So lots of fun. It ended up bending up quite a few of the frame members that are helping support the frame or support the shell, but no real damage to him or the car, which was very fortunate.
yeah, that is fortunate. And y'all were out there for a while today. Can I ask why you're in the garages right now?
Yes. So right now what happened was our right front tire ended up blowing out, and we didn't actually realize for, I think, 2 more laps that it happened, because what happened was, we don't know why, but the team that has the cruiser car right over there, what car is it?
It's Prosper.
So Prosper's advanced classic car, actually the exact same wheel blew out, and they're using the exact same tires that we are. So we don't know why exactly, but we assume it's because of the heat of the track and then also the extra force applied. So that ended up blowing out. That wheel fell off completely, which is how we found out about that wheel. So that's why we're in the track right now. We're having to go to Arlington to Summit Racing to get some new wheels and put them back on, or new tires and put it back on the wheels.
Okay, so it seems like you sort of had that situation under control now, a little bit.
Sort of. I mean, we ended up getting the lap. He, whenever he tried to turn, that was when that wheel fell off, but in the motion of turning, the spindle actually went a few inches over the white line, and therefore we got the lap counted for us. So that was awesome. But yeah, so now we're just kind of stuck here during our best driving time.
And I was talking to a team earlier. I kind of want to go to the suspension now. Okay. If we could bring the camera around. I was talking to a team earlier, and they were saying that their suspension, they sometimes they had springs in there, but they noticed on this track there really was no need for it, so they just put in a bar, just a steel bar, and you really don't get any support. Is that what y'all did? It looks like that's what y'all did.
So initially we actually had some springs. They're over there, but that was part of what constituted the flip over there. So we ended up just doing a solid suspension, which is exactly what we have in the back of the car, and it's worked out very nicely for us.
Well, y'all haven't flipped again, so it must have done something.
Yes, it did.
Is there anything else mechanical that you want to talk about the car that's sort of interesting? I mean, it's a steel frame, it looks like. What's the majority of the structure made of?
The vast majority of it is made out of chromoly, and which is cool. It was fun to weld because it's very thin metal, so it's easy to burn holes through. But the vast majority of it's chromoly. You're going to find the actual frame part is 1-inch chromoly pipe. The crush zone, since we don't have like carbon fiber or like a full fiberglass body like some of these places, we have a 1/2-inch chromoly pipe crush zone. And other than that, I think we have a few pieces of steel, and then we call it the frame shell, but it's the part that supports the fiberglass is made out of aluminum.
Do you think in the future you might transition to some composites, maybe some carbon fiber in that frame? Or are you happy with the chromoly? You think you'll stick with that for next year?
I don't think you're ever really happy where you are. I mean, we're glad to be where we are. We're glad we got this far, but I think we're always looking to improve, and those composites are definitely something that are on our radar to be using in the future.
And what about the fiberglass shell that we touched on earlier? Do you think you'll stick with that, or do you think you'll try and move to one of the what are they called? Can't think of the name. Oh, the iron lines, like one of those designs, or do you think you'll stick with this design?
So the iron lines look awesome, but we've built this shell from scratch, and we've had fun. Well, not the shell. We built the frame from scratch and had fun doing it. And so I think we're planning on keeping the frame and spending the whole next year actually designing and building a shell ourselves, which isn't something that all the teams do, especially out of like fiberglass or something like that. A lot of them have the mold donated to them, even if they do the fiberglass. So we're going to spend some time and build the mold, and it'll be a different car next year.
Can you talk just a little bit? You don't have to say much, but the mold process, how you actually create that mold and then mold the fiberglass. If you can speak on that a little bit. I know it's something not many people know about.
So I can speak on a little bit, but Samantha, you get to come talk again. We're talking about the mold for the fiberglass, and you know a lot more about that than I do.
Yeah, just sort of a little bit about how you make the mold, because it's something that not anybody really knows how to do or knows much about. So if you could just sort of in basic terms, how you make the mold and how you mold the fiberglass.
Yeah, so we just cut out pieces of plywood to the size that we wanted it, and then got some foam, put it on, just kind of shaved down the sides a little bit in the front to make it just smoother, more aerodynamic as much as we could. And then we put plastic wrap on top of that, so it would hopefully release our shell better. And we think that worked because it released really easily when we needed it to. And then we had the fiberglass fabric. We had a thick layer at first, and then we had to paint it with resin and let it sit until it was dry before we could put our next layer on. And we did that 4 times, and then just sand it down, paint it. That's all it was, really.
And I imagine that's what took sort of the brunt of the impact when you flipped on Monday. So how did it hold up when you flipped the fiberglass?
It held up surprisingly really well. It's just barely scratched over there. It was a little bent up, but that's because we have a supporting frame underneath that got bent, but we fixed that, and it's all smooth and flat now. So it was good.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that it survived. So you can keep racing and hopefully do well tomorrow. And do you plan on getting back on the track today, or do you need those wheels?
Yeah, we definitely need our wheels. We won't be back on until tomorrow.
You can't race with one wheel is what you're telling me.
Definitely can't.
Well, yeah, you could try, I guess. It might not go very well, but and what kind of seat are y'all using? It's sort of a weird question, but
it's a very good question.
We had it before we were on the team, so
Okay, it is a random question. It's just well, that's what Prosper was telling me, is that they went for the most comfortable seats they could find for their cruiser. Have either of y'all driven it?
We both have.
You both have?
Yes.
What's it feel like? I can't tell. Is it enclosed or is it open when you're racing?
It's open, so we get a nice breeze, not too hot.
It's like driving with your windows down.
Okay.
Windshield in front of you.
Yeah, I know some teams out here, they pretty much cook when they're driving around with their. It's like a greenhouse inside of there.
It's a nice breeze.
Yeah, that must be nice. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk. I appreciate it. Good luck with your 2 wheels. I hope you get some replacements for those, and I hope there are no more flips for the rest of the race. And good luck out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you hear me now? Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. We're ready. Okay. Hi guys, we're back with our final interview of the day. It's been a long, hot day at Texas Motor Speedway today for day 3 of racing. Going into day 4, our very last team today is the very, very wonderful Shine Runners, who has been gracious enough to loan us 2 representatives for our final interview. So both of you all are both on this team. You're running around the track. Your car's been moving. Give me the update. How has day 3 been? We've been running now for 3 days, so how is your car doing? How are y'all doing? Is everyone hydrated? Just kind of give me the rundown of where we at the end of day 3.
So today has been interesting. We have started this morning pretty good, came back halfway through, I think, and had to work on the car a little bit, switch out some transmission parts, and got back rolling, charged up over the lunch break, and we're back rolling again. We've been rolling constant since
with our competition, hoping to get some laps in. We're trying to regain. It takes us about 6 hours to regain all our laps on our competitors. So we're going to be at this for a while.
Sounds good, but it's good to hear y'all were working on stuff. Do you mind going into a little bit more on some of the problems you guys are having and how you were able to kind of overcome those and fix those? Because I know a lot of people out there are kind of curious to see what goes on in the Solar Car Challenge. So if you're willing to share a little bit about how your team has been persevering through some things, I'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah, so we have a telemetry system using a MacBook in the car, and it gets to about 140 degrees in that battery box and behind the driver's seat. So it's kind of overheating the MacBook right now, and it kind of died on us, but we're going to get it fixed. We added some computer fans on a USB, so hopefully that'll keep it cool.
Awesome. And we've talked about this with some of the other teams earlier in the live stream, but for anybody who maybe hasn't heard some of this, will you explain to me a little bit about your telemetry system, why it's so important to your vehicle to be able to communicate to it, and how that interferes with your race when you lose it?
It's all him.
So I'm in charge of the telemetry system, but so we use it so we can see what voltage and amperage we're getting in, and the amperage is so we see how much power we have in the car. So if we're empty or we're pushing the car too much, we need to know that we need to back off a little bit. And we also have regenerative brakes, so that really helps us to tell when we need to get off of the throttle and regen.
That's really awesome to hear, and good to know that you guys are getting back on that telemetry system, back on track, even with the heat. To be honest, I don't really blame the computer for feeling like it was too hot to do some work today. It's really awesome to see you guys still out here pushing hard, like everybody else out here on the track. It's been great to see everybody going. So great to see you guys moving around. So one of my questions I've been asking a lot of teams is, has your car performed in the way that you were expecting it to, or maybe hoping it to? Obviously with some telemetry problems, maybe not the expectation, but outside of that, how has your car been moving overall?
You know, it's about as much as I expected. Hopefully it would do better, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I'll say a little funny plug. One of our main producers up in the studio who's controlling all of this and making commentary, he mentioned that he thought your car looked very slick, and he thought it was a nice design. So will you describe a little bit what your car looks like for those of us that maybe haven't seen it yet?
We're trying to make it look like a hot rod, a really old hot rod. The only problem is making it that like size and shape made it really heavy. So we're having trouble keeping up with our power versus weight.
And that's really important for a lot of teams out here. As a past racer, I know how big a weight can really mean for your vehicle, and people don't always think about some of the things that go into the engineering aspect of it, right? Like your drag coefficients, your weights, really just how much you're putting on your car in terms of strain and stress. Do you guys want to share a little bit about kind of how you said you're alleviating that, but also why is that important from a design perspective, kind of entering in, looking at your vehicle?
So we're trying to alleviate all the weight we can. We use lighter panels. We're trying to use the smaller drivers. We're really trying to make we're not trying to make our car lighter, but we're trying to make our panels more efficient and our motor better. So we tried a new experimental setup with a 72 volt system, which kind of backfired on us because the 48 volts seemed to be better, getting us more power. So unfortunately, we're not going to be getting the numbers we want to, but we'll go back to it next year and see if we can do better.
That's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you guys have that optimism going forward. Yeah. And speaking of going forward, I asked y'all kind of before we got started what level of grade you guys are in, kind of how old you are, and we'll kind of bounce back and forth. But I know you mentioned that you are already in college. For those of you that don't know, because the race was canceled last year, the race extended the invitation to people who would have been able to race last year if they want to come back and be able to get that experience that they lost, which has been a really awesome thing. And obviously you must have taken them up on that offer. Yes. So tell me, number one, why'd you come back? And number two, are you glad that you did? Considering, you know, you've already graduated high school, it's got to take a lot of oomph to decide to be all the way back here again.
Yeah, it takes a lot of my time. I'm doing an internship with a Western States Fire Protection, and I design sprinklers, but it helps me decide on what I want to do for my future career, and I really enjoy being around this community. It's really fun.
Awesome, awesome to hear. And as another older member of the team, what's it been like now that you're kind of an older guy? Maybe are you kind of stepping into those leadership positions? What's it like kind of helping the younger kids on the team? And what's it like, you know, being able to say that you're out here doing this?
Well, it's definitely interesting to see the younger kids and kind of give them advice and talk to them about how this stuff works and just, you know, getting leadership skills to kind of pass the torch on for them to be able to do it in a few years.
I really, really like that you brought that up about those leadership skills and how important those are. I've asked a bunch of different teams this throughout the course of the race already, but I'd love to hear some of your two specific experiences. What skills do you feel like this experience has provided you? I know kind of now that you're kind of looking into some older stuff, starting to think about college, starting to go into college, starting to look at your career as you're going into your adult lives. In what ways do you feel like being a part of Solar Car has impacted you? And would you recommend it to students who are possibly considering that opportunity?
Oh, absolutely. I totally recommend this. This is awesome. It gave me a ton of experiences using CAD design, problem shooting, some leadership. It really helped me all over the place to get me my internship and help me through my future.
Awesome. Do you want to add on to that?
Coming into it, I really didn't care. But now that I'm here, it's a fun time. I regret it.
Glad that you're having a fun time now that we've turned him around a little bit, turned you guys into some Solar Car nerds. It's great to see everybody out here with all the passion, and we're talking about how the competition's been really great. I'd love to hear you touch a little bit on why it's so important to have other teams that you're racing with, and why it's also awesome to be encouraging everybody to be out there on the track, and why it's so awesome to have everybody come together like this once a year, and why it's been awesome to be here this year.
So we're really good friends with the Bath County, Kentucky team down there, and we've been working together since the 2019 race, and we work together by showing each other our designs, our plans, and it's really good for us to collaborate and come together so we can learn off of each other's mistakes.
That's really awesome to hear. Cool to see teams kind of bonding together. What about you? What do you think about having this competition and having all these teams out here? Is it great to see kind of all the students back again after last year?
Yeah, it's definitely, obviously it wouldn't be a race without a bunch of people. So it makes it fun. You can drive past people and be like, hey! That's the funniest part to me. That's it.
That's awesome. And I love the lightheartedness. I love that we're still having a good time out here. I know it's stressful, and a lot of teams have gone through a whole lot to be here, but it's awesome to see everybody be able to kind of enjoy the moment now that they're out and racing. And I know we've got one more day left, right? We've got the last day of the race. It will end a little earlier than some of the other ones, so we'll have a little bit of time to get cleaned up and smell good before our final awards banquet. Lots of deodorant for all the teams, of course. So I'd love to hear kind of, are you guys proud of what you've been able to accomplish so far, and kind of what are you looking forward to with the rest of the race going over tomorrow?
We're glad that we put in the effort we did, that we could go through this pandemic and get some work done, and that we could all still collaborate as a team and get this car rolling. We're happy.
That's awesome. I'm glad to see that you're happy, glad to see that your car's working and moving down the track and living its best life out there, but Solar Car, lots of sunshine over the past 2 days. I'd love to hear, we've been talking about how there's a lot of teams that were unable to make it this year, either due to COVID or due to the fact that they're a brand new team. And then it's really hard to kind of get up and running. Yeah. So I'd love to hear from both of you. Do you have any words of advice or words of encouragement for teams that aren't able to make it or are still working on getting their grounding to hopefully one day be able to be out here at Texas Marine Speedway running with the rest of us?
I'd just say push through. You guys have tons of teams out here. Everybody's got a website, a call sign, you can phone number, anything. We all can help you. we all help each other out here. We like to learn from each other's experiences. We were talking to Iron Lions, their sponsor, and they're telling us how we should set up our battery box and our motors next year. So it's great to collaborate, and anybody can help each other.
Yeah, kind of the same thing. You know, all these people, we're just here to help each other, and everybody has different ideas, everybody has different designs, so you can push it as far as you want, go crazy and expensive, or you can go minimalist, and they all still work. You know, it's pretty simple, so just get after it.
Awesome. Get after it here. That's the big tip of the day. I definitely will ditto on that idea of really just push through, go for it, and don't be scared to reach out to other teams. I think that can be a huge resource for everybody, and it's great to see teams that are already existing, already working together, but I'm sure that they'd be happy to share the room with some new people as they get up and running. Yeah. So you heard it here first from Shine Runners, encouraging everybody to come out here. Before I close this out, as we get ready to slowly take all the cars off the track for the end of the day, I'd love to open it up for any last words you'd like to say, any thank yous for being able to be out here today that you may want to share, any hellos to any of our listeners that may be watching on the live stream. I'll just give it to y'all from here. I'll go ahead and start over here.
Okay. I don't really have anything. Hi, Mom, I guess.
Thank you for the sunlight. It's been great compared to the last 2 days. God, we had no sun, so this is much better today.
All right, and thank you. Always got to say hi to Mom and say thank you for the sunshine. Much appreciated, you guys. Shine Runners, I will let you get back to your team and its anticipation for the end of the day. I really appreciate everybody who's stuck with us through all of these fun interviews. We've got a few more tomorrow before the very end of the race, so I want to say thank you. I'll wave and sign off, and I hopefully will see everybody bright-eyed and happy tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we got some cars coming off the track here. It is now 5 o'clock sharp.
It is, and what we're going to see are these cars slowly coming in. Again, 5 o'clock is the end of the race day, but because of that staggered start, we're going to see that staggered exit from some of these teams as they are wrapping up and getting off the track for those last couple laps. It's good to see day 3 coming to a close.
So Mackenzie, what were some of the highlights of today that you noticed out there?
Well, I think as a whole, again, kind of that same trend that we were talking about with day 2, where the teams seem to be more focused, the teams seem to be settled. But what I did notice from some of our interviews today is not only are they settled and comfortable, but they're starting to really watch the competition. I have seen a lot of these teams through a lot of these divisions. In fact, most of the divisions have really tight races with a lot of their other competing teams, which has been really awesome. And through a lot of those interviews, I've noticed that it's because day 4 is tomorrow, the last day, we're really starting to notice teams realize how close some of this race is and how every little thing counts, and how they love that they're getting that competition and they're really encouraging their competition. But it is really, truly starting to, you can see that set in for a lot of these teams as they're strategizing for their last day.
There's a lot of hustle when they have to do a battery change. We saw a battery change done in probably 30 seconds.
Yeah, which
today.
is really incredible that teams are able to kind of tune in like that and listen to one another and become a well-oiled machine by day 3.
All right, so everyone, I guess thank you for watching today. We're going to resume tomorrow morning around 8:30 in the morning for the team's meeting. And we're just going to let today roll out here with footage of the cars coming in.
Yeah, it'll be really great, nice and hopefully more sunshine like we got today. Got really hot out there for a fun little fact to leave you with. With our temperatures out there, at some point someone measured the track itself to be 121 degrees. So hopefully everyone's drinking water, staying healthy, staying hydrated, and some more sunshine for those solar cars.
That's right, 121 degrees, and it's actually cooler than normal for July. So there you go. That's life at the Texas Motor Speedway. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.